Test. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 16th session of the Intergovernmental Committee for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage. This meeting is taking place online, and interpretation is available in English and in French. Since Sri Lanka planned to host the committee in Sri Lanka, we will open with a special live Sri Lankan performance here at UNESCO headquarters. Sri Lankan tradition, the lighting of an oil lamp represents the light of wisdom, illuminating the darkness of ignorance. It symbolizes purity and keeps bad omens at bay. For this auspicious ceremony, we would like to invite our honorable guests to light the oil lamp one by one. And I wish to invite first Her Excellency, Professor Shanika Hirimburigama, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to France, Permanent Delegate of the Democratic Republic of Sri Lanka to UNESCO. I next invite Mr. Sin Xu, Deputy Director General of UNESCO. I now invite Dr. Punchi Nilami Migaswata, Secretary General of the Sri Lankan National Commission to UNESCO, Chairman of the 16th session of the Intergovernmental Committee for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage. I now invite Mr. Ernesto Ottoni, Assistant Director General of Culture for UNESCO. I now invite Mr. Tim Curtis, Secretary of the 2003 Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage. I now invite Mr. Prasad Ranasinghe, Deputy Director, Ministry of Buddha Sasana, Religious and Cultural Affairs of Sri Lanka. Thank you. And now I wish to invite you to please take your seats at the podium. And we will be welcoming back to the stage the dancers and musicians who are going to perform a traditional Sri Lankan dance. And now I invite everyone to watch a short video about Sri Lanka.
Palm-fringed beaches, misty mountains, tea plantations, centuries-old monuments, rare sightings, spectacular culture, incredible food, color and excitement, enchantment and bliss, and a warm welcome from our hearts. Sri Lanka is a land blessed in every way, and for centuries it has been a traveler's dream destination. As Marco Polo once said, Ceylon, for its actual size, is better circumstanced than any other island in the world. A place for unforgettable moments and wonderful memories. An island nestled in the southern waters of the Indian Ocean, Sri Lanka is surrounded by sun-kissed beaches, miles of coastline offering private secluded beaches, surf hubs, whale watching, deep sea diving, seafront resorts and restaurants, and so much more. Within hours of those beaches stand cool, misty mountains, breathtaking landscapes that are home to abundant tea plantations that have flourished for 2 centuries, sharing their wondrous Ceylon tea with the world. For the cultural enthusiast, over 2,500 years of Sri Lankan history and the vision of its mighty kings can be traced via colossal monuments, incredible architecture, and advanced engineering feats. The archaeological trail includes 6 UNESCO World Heritage Sites. The temperate climate teems with endemic life and well-protected habitats. Sri Lanka, in fact, has the highest concentration of endemic species in the world. Wildlife Park offer guided tours with frequent sightings of rare leopards, elephants, sloth bears, and more. A land with a deeply spiritual past, Sri Lanka is the ultimate wellness experience. From its monasteries and meditation centers to its traditional healing practices known as Hela Vedakama and Ayurvedic practitioners, the modern spas and retreats, its focus on simple living and smorgasbord of clean vegan food. Sri Lanka is the perfect hideaway to renew your spirit and awaken your senses. Sri Lankan food is a unique experience that reflects the diversity of its people, with religion proclivities and the absorption of influences from the many settlers over time. The exotic and delicious cuisine is highlighted by the magical use of the herbs and spices that grow on its soil. The growing popularity of Sri Lankan food can be understood in all its exhilarating glory on the streets, in the homes, on the beaches, and in any dining setting anywhere on the island. Sri Lanka's 21 million inhabitants represent a diversity of culture, religions, and languages, each celebrating their own rituals and heritage while respecting and sharing the richness of the others. Peaceful and considerate coexistence has been a hallmark of its people. But for 3 decades, Sri Lanka was held back in its march towards peace and prosperity by an internal conflict which was ended in 2009. The country has made steady advances over the past 12 years, slowly rebuilding and restoring trust. Sri Lanka has been driving reconciliation and unification at the very grassroots. And today, the Northern Peninsula, for so long the site of conflict and destruction, has emerged as a safe and modern region that delivers hope and prosperity to its people. Peace has uplifted Sri Lanka to embrace its true potential. It is a growing hub in South Asia with extraordinary prospects. Its strategic location on the maritime route that connects the east with the west and the natural riches within the island have always given Sri Lanka a significance far beyond its size. Historically, having attracted the attentions of the Dutch and the Portuguese from the 16th to the 18th centuries, Ceylon, as it was then known, was last held by the British Empire until the Declaration of Independence in 1948. Today, Sri Lanka is a bustling commercial and logistics center and a vital cog in the flow of trade between the 2 hemispheres. Cosmopolitan Sri Lanka, with its capable and educated human resources, modern infrastructure, technological prowess, quality of life, and connectivity, has attracted growing interest from global.
This marks the end of the inauguration ceremony. We will now begin with the committee meeting, starting with item 1, the opening. And now I wish to invite Mr. Sin Shu, the Deputy Director General of UNESCO, to please give the opening speech.
Son Excellence, Professeur Shanika Irempurim-Kama, ambassadeur et déléguée permanente du Sri Lanka auprès de l'UNESCO. Dr Pangchi Ilame Mekaswat, président de la 16e session du Comité de sauvegarde du patrimoine immatériel. Monsieur Persa Rinna Singh, Deputy Director for Cultural Promotion at Ministry of Buddhasana, Religious and Cultural Affairs of Sri Lanka. Membres du comité, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, au nom de la Directrice générale, c'est un honneur de vous accueillir pour cette session du comité. Je remercie les musiciens et les danseurs sri-lankais qui viennent de nous offrir un magnifique spectacle. Merci pour cette cérémonie du Paul Tel Parana d'Alvima, l'allumage de la lampe à huile, en montrant la vitalité comme la beauté du patrimoine immatériel sri-lankais. Elle nous rappelle aussi la raison d'être de notre comité. Elle nous rappelle aussi, bien sûr, que cette session aurait dû se tenir à Colombo. Nous avons dû, face au sursaut pandémique, nous résoudre à la tenir au siège. Un aménagement regrettable, mais aussi indispensable. Je remercie le Sri Lanka ainsi que les membres du bureau et le secrétariat de la Convention qui ont su faire en sorte que les travaux se poursuivent malgré les difficultés. Nous en mesurons l'importance en cette année des 15 ans de l'entrée en vigueur de la Convention. Une convention que tenait en grande estime le professeur Joseph Yai, grand linguiste africain et ancien ambassadeur du Bénin à l'UNESCO, qui nous a quittés il y a un an. Il disait, avant même qu'il bâtissait des monuments impressionnants en Égypte, au Mexique, en Grèce, au Zimbabwe ou en Chine, les hommes et les femmes bâtissaient également avec leur bouche, leur voix, par le verbe, les idées dans leur cœur. La force de notre convention, c'est de reconnaître avec le professeur que le patrimoine n'est pas fait que de pierres ou de murs. Il est aussi fait de chants, de danse, de sons, de voix, de savoir-faire. De tout ce qui ne touche pas, mais se ressent, s'écoute, se chante, se transmet, se vit par le cœur. Ici, à l'UNESCO, plus que dans toute autre organisation, nous sommes convaincus de ce pouvoir de l'immatériel, de ce pouvoir de l'esprit, nous qui voulons bâtir la paix dans les esprits. Et avec cette convention, nous emportons cette vision vivante et incarnée. Une vision qui fait de cet ensemble d'art et d'artisanat, transmis de génération en génération, bien plus que des souvenirs fragiles ou lointains, évanescents ou figés, mais une ressource précieuse pour puiser des réponses pertinentes face aux défis d'aujourd'hui et de demain. Face à la pandémie, le patrimoine immatériel est ainsi une grande source de résilience sociale. Je pense au Rukada Natya, le théâtre traditionnel de marionnettes à fil du Sri Lanka, inscrit au patrimoine immatériel de l'UNESCO en 2018. Nombre de marionnettistes ont conté des histoires de confinement permettant aux communautés de comprendre et de surmonter les défis sanitaires. Je pense encore à ces artistes du Pérou ou de Chine qui ont créé des masques sanitaires avec des techniques et des dessins traditionnels. Je pense aux communautés amazites de l'Atlas marocain qui ont tissé des poèmes et des vers pour partager leur expérience du Covid. Mais si nous avons besoin du patrimoine immatériel, le patrimoine immatériel a besoin aussi de nous. Excellencies, committee members, distinguished guests, UNESCO has developed important recommendations to support culture in the wake of the health crisis. For instance, in a report, Living Heritage in the Face of the COVID-19. Over the past 2 years, UNESCO has worked hand in hand with communities, heritage practitioners, and governments to safeguard and protect heritage and culture. This has led to a number of inspiring nominations, which will be examined at this committee session. I am thinking in particular of the Congolese rumba, a musical tradition that is so central to the identity of the peoples of the Republic of the Congo and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. I am also thinking of the practice of clinker boat building, which has brought together coastal communities in the Nordic countries for thousands of years. As these examples show, living heritage has so much potential. It brings people together and enriches our lives while fostering mutual respect and cultural diversity. The Committee of the Convention defends this potential cycle after cycle. It has done this by building a system of governance that is both fair and inclusive. I do not doubt that the committee will honor this spirit of dialogue during the discussions to be held this week. This meeting comes at an important time for the 2003 Convention. This text has become a key reference for many countries designing public policies and has reached near universal ratification. However, at the same time, the implementation of the Convention has faced challenges, and we must take the time to understand these issues and address them wisely. As such, as committee members, you have an important responsibility this week, for the decisions the committee makes today will have a significant impact tomorrow. For this reason, I thank you all most warmly for your commitment and contributions. I wish you a very fruitful committee meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Director General. I now invite Ambassador Shanika Hirimburigama to take the floor, please.
Ayubowan, wish you a long life. Excellencies, Deputy Director General of UNESCO, Mr. Zigu, Assistant Director General Culture, Mr. Otto, members of the Intergovernmental Committee for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of my government of Sri Lanka, and as the proposed host country, I warmly welcome you to the 16th meeting of the Intergovernmental Committee for Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage. I'm delighted to note that there are more than 800 participants representing around 145 countries from all over the globe gracing this August event. I'm also honored to note the presence of honorable ministers, dignitaries of state parties for joining us today, including non-member state parties, experts, and the NGOs from around the world. We were looking forward to welcome you in Sri Lanka, but due to the pandemic situation, it could not be so. However, we are sure to get another opportunity when the pandemic is over to organize a UNESCO meeting in our beautiful country. We decided to challenge the challenges of the pandemic by welcoming you in the most appropriate manner with dancing, music, and drum beat. Following the same Sri Lankan custom, we welcoming the ancient royalty that is an important aspect of our intangible cultural heritage. According to Sri Lankan traditional belief, lighting of the oil lamp with the music, dancing, and magulbera that you have witnessed a minute ago will invoke blessings for the success of the 16th Intergovernmental Meeting of the Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage. Intangible cultural heritage are those cultural practices that comes through generations after generations, not tangible, but add value to the culture of a country. This year, we have our own Dumbararata Kalala, a special art of hand-woven Dumbararata Kalala, also known as Dumbara mats, that are used as wall hangings, cushion covers made by a community of traditional weavers living in the fertile Dumbara Valley in the central highlands of Sri Lanka. The weavers are descendants of the suppliers of ornamented mats and other fiber-made items to the royal palaces in the times of ancient kings. We would like to receive your valuable support to conserve this age-old traditional craft. Even though you could not be in Sri Lanka, we want to bring Sri Lanka to your minds and attention. I'm sure you will enjoy the Sri Lankan sceneries that will be shown throughout this week. Finally, I wish a very pleasant and productive week with new decisions to be implemented, with new knowledge and a glimpse of our beautiful country. Thank you.
Ambassador. And now I invite Dr. Punchi Milame Migaswatu, Chairperson of the committee, to please take the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to our Deputy Director General in his speech about intangible cultural heritage and then the UNESCO work. And also I must thank Her Excellency, our Ambassador of Sri Lanka, Professor Shanika Hirimurekam. And also I take this opportunity to welcome all the people, all the participants from all over the world. And also I take this opportunity to thank all the people who are dedicated and doing hard work to organize this conference. And thanks to the Secretariat of UNESCO, Culture Sector. So therefore, now I declare the 16th session of the Intergovernmental Committee of the Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage open. Yes. Yeah, now we are going to start our conference from today until this Saturday from 13th to 18th. Now, therefore, moving on to the item 2 now, adoption of the agenda. May I ask Mr. Tim Curtis, the Able Secretary, to present this item, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Et merci, Monsieur le Président. Et tout d'abord, permettez-moi aussi à mon tour de souhaiter la bienvenue à cette 16e session du comité à tous les participants qui sont en ligne. J'espère que tout le monde a apprécié comment on l'a fait l'inauguration préparée par le Sri Lanka, qui nous a donné un excellent départ à cette réunion. Nous espérions tous, et nous aussi au secrétariat, pour cette occasion, avoir la possibilité de nous retrouver en présentiel. Hélas, le contexte actuel de la pandémie Covid-19 a rendu impossible la convocation d'une réunion physique. Le comité et son bureau ont d'abord essayé de se réunir au siège de l'UNESCO, mais même cela est devenu impossible au égard des développements récents. Bien que cela soit une déception, le secrétariat est néanmoins heureux que le comité soit en mesure de se réunir en ligne pour poursuivre ses travaux. Nous avons fait de notre mieux pour vous fournir un environnement virtuel propice. Toutefois, et malgré nos efforts, nous pourrions quand même encore rencontrer certains problèmes techniques. Et si c'est le cas, le secrétariat remercie par avance les participants de bien vouloir faire preuve d'indulgence et de patience. Pour les aspects logistiques de cette réunion, veuillez consulter le document d'information 1 qui est publié sur la page web de cette session. Je voudrais maintenant, tout de suite, si vous le permettez, Monsieur le Président, présenter l'ordre du jour provisoire tel que contenu dans le document 2, Rêve 2. Il comprend 21 points, dont certains avec des sous-points. L'ordre du jour a été préparé conformément à l'article 9 du règlement intérieur du comité. La majorité des documents rédigés en anglais et en français ont été mis en ligne sur le site Internet à la date statutaire du 15 novembre. Soit 4 semaines avant l'ouverture de cette session, conformément à l'article 42 du règlement intérieur. Ceci dit, 4 documents ont été publiés légèrement après le délai statutaire pour des raisons techniques, notamment le document 7A, examen des rapports des États parties sur l'état actuel d'éléments inscrits sur la liste du patrimoine culturel immatériel nécessitant une sauvegarde urgente, et le document 15, l'accréditation de nouvelles organisations non gouvernementales et réexamen des organisations non gouvernementales accréditées ont, pour leur part, été mis en ligne le 26 novembre. Le document 5A, qui est le rapport du secrétariat sur ses activités de janvier 2020 à juin 2021, a quant à lui été publié le 30 novembre. Et enfin, le document 19, questions diverses, la demande d'examen de la candidature par le Haïti, a été publié le 2 décembre 2021. Nous excusons de ces retards. Dans quelques cas, les documents ont fait l'objet de révisions et dans d'autres cas, un addendum ou un corrigendum a été ajouté au document initialement publié. Le document portera alors les lettres rêve lorsqu'il s'agit de révision, add lorsqu'il s'agit des addenda et cor pour les corrigenda. Concernant le calendrier, les sessions du comité auront lieu de 10h15 à 17h15, heure de Paris, incluant une pause d'1 heure de 13h15 à 14h15 du lundi au samedi, comme indiqué dans le calendrier révisé qui est le document LHE 21-16 comme INF 2.1 Rêve. Le calendrier provisoire adopté par le Bureau le 14 octobre 2021 a été révisé suite à l'échange informel du Bureau qui s'est tenu le 3 décembre afin d'être adopté aux modalités de réunion en ligne. Conformément au calendrier approuvé par le Bureau, les points seront majoritairement examinés en suivant la numérotation de l'ordre du jour. Cependant, le point 5A, rapport du comité à l'Assemblée générale sur ses activités, sera examiné le dernier jour, notamment le 18 décembre 2021, afin de pouvoir refléter les activités du comité lors de cette 16e session. Par ailleurs, le comité examinera le point 19, questions diverses, et demande d'examen d'une candidature par le Haïti à la suite du point 8, rapport de l'organe d'évaluation sur ses travaux en 2021. À partir de demain, le bureau se réunira en ligne quotidiennement de 9h30 à 10h, heure de Paris, pour ajuster le calendrier provisoire si nécessaire. Ces réunions sont également accessibles aux observateurs et le lien Zoom que vous avez utilisé pour accéder à cette session vous permettra également d'accéder aux réunions du bureau. Je voudrais aussi vous informer que de nombreux événements ont été organisés pour cette session et certains d'entre eux ont dû être annulés suite au changement de modalité. Vous pouvez trouver la liste des événements parallèles qui se tiendront en ligne cette semaine sur la page web de la 16e session du comité et vous avez l'adresse, je crois, sur votre écran. Chers membres du comité, je me permets de vous rappeler que ce qui vous est demandé d'adopter ici est l'ordre du jour et non le calendrier. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président, et je reste bien entendu à la disposition du comité pour répondre à toute question relative à l'ordre du jour provisoire.
Thank you very much, Secretary Mr. Curtis. So now I think, dear members of the committee, it is clear that we have important issues to discuss during this online meeting. I am therefore counting on your cooperation to keep your interventions very briefly. And before we proceed further, I would like to inform the committee about the way I intend to conduct our debates. I would like to invite committee members to limit themselves in their remarks to the minimum time required and to try not to take the floor more than twice in a single item. So I am told that we have a timer which will be shown to indicate the length of each intervention. So if need be, and members that would like to introduce written amendments to the draft decisions in the documents can do so by completing the relevant form to be sent to the address included on the form. And now, showing the screen, this form is available on the website of the convention on the 16th COM event web page. Please refer that. As requested by the Bureau, during its meeting in May, the Secretariat will distribute amendments to the committee as soon as possible upon their submission in the language and format received through a mailing list. In order to facilitate informal consultations among committee members regarding these proposals' amendments. So please note that once circulated, further consultations on the proposed amendments amongst the committee members should take place outside of the mailing list. Committee members wishing to submit amendments are encouraged to do so as soon as possible. The submission of proposed amendments at least the day prior to the examination of the item concerned. With the names of the co-sponsors would greatly facilitate the organization of debates. In particular, in light of the online modality. Also, please do not submit amendments via the chat box during the meeting. So I need full cooperation from all of you all. During the general debate, after each item has been discussed by committee members, I will give the floor, if time allows, to observers. Please note that observers may be recognized during the general debate or after a decision has been taken, but may not intervene during discussions on draft decisions. So concerning the report of the 2021 evaluation body, namely items 8, 8A, 8B, 8C, and 8D. The current plan is to dedicate approximately 12 hours between tomorrow, Tuesday, 14th December, and Thursday, 16th December. In order to facilitate the participation of the delegations concerned, the Secretariat drafted a tentative schedule with estimated time slots. And this document, entitled Order of Files, is available under item 8 on the 16 GOM event web page. In accordance with the decision 15 COM 10, the 2021 cycle nominations were originally foreseen to be examined by the committee in English alphabetical order. Starting with the files of states whose names begin with the letter X under each of the 4 sub-items 8A to 8D, that is 8A, B, C, D. Following the decision to hold the present session online, the order of files was, however, revised, taking into account the time differences between Paris and the submitting states. Please note that schedule and order of nominations may be subject to further change based on the length of debates of the committee. To ensure efficient time management and facilitate the organization of debates on nomination files, I wish to apply the same working method as in previous years, meaning that all decisions concerning nominations for inscription on the lists, requests for international assistance, and proposals for inclusion in the register of good safeguarding practices would be adopted without debate, unless a committee member wishes to raise a particular point. To this end, committee members who wish to debate or propose amendments to a draft decision are invited to inform the Secretariat before tomorrow, 14th December, 8 a.m. Paris time. And this will allow the Bureau to adapt the agenda according to the list of issues to be debated. As a consequence, we will take it for granted that draft decisions on nominations for which no request for amendment or debate has been put forward can be proposed for adoption as a whole, instead of discussing them paragraph by paragraph. This will save time, allowing us to spend more time debating other nominations that deserves our attention. Of course, members of the committee will always be entitled to ask for the floor. We are merely trying to better organize the adoption of draft decisions in advance. During the debates on each nomination, proposal or request submitting states may only take the floor to provide information in reply to questions raised by committee members under the Rule 22.4 of the Rules of Procedures of the Committee. And with reference to Decision 11-8, I will ensure that the spirit of consensus and international cooperation prevails throughout the debates and decision-making process of committee. When amendments are put forward, I will seek to establish consensus through appreciating both supporting arguments and objections to those amendments under consideration. I will explain in more detail when we get to the item 8. So I understand that for this item 8, consultations have been placed amongst committee members to respect the tacit agreement, which is now known as working agreement. And this is important for the credibility of our work and the convention. I will also come back to it in more detail when we start item 8. After a decision has been made by the committee, I will invite the submitting states to give a speech, show a short video, or a combination of both. Regardless of the format of the intervention, submitting states will be allotted a total of 2 minutes. In the case of multinational nominations, the duration of intervention shall not exceed 3 minutes in total. The cooperation of submitting states in respecting this time requirement would be much appreciated. Finally, I know that several delegations wish to take the floor to deliver general statements. I will provide an opportunity to do so during item 5B. Remember 5B, on the report by the Secretariat on its activities. So I hope you can all agree on this methodology. Are there any questions? I now open the floor to you, our distinguished participants, delegates, ambassadors, and all the distinguished members from all over the world. Yes, I see none. And let us move now to the final decision. Please refer to document 2, Revenue 2, and its draft decision in paragraph 1. I think you can see now on the screen. Yes. Yes, I think now you can read on the screen. Yes, it's going up to number 20 and finally 21 closer. Yes, yes. Okay, then may I ask the committee to adopt draft decision 16-2 as shown on the screens as a whole. Yes. Thank you very much, all the participants. Seeing no objections, I therefore declare decision 16.2 adopted. Yep. Now I think we are moving into item 3. Yes. Dear participants, thank you very much for all of you all. Now I come to item 3. We move on now to item 3, observers. Mr. Secretary, dear Mr. Secretary, Mr. Tim Curtis, the floor is yours to present this item to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and again, I think I might present this item in French. Pour vous rappeler que les articles 8.1 à 8.3 du règlement intérieur du comité établissent les critères de participation des observateurs aux sessions du comité. Par ses décisions 14.3 et 14.4, le comité a autorisé l'Organisation arabe pour l'éducation, la culture et les sciences, ALEXO, et Madame Eva Maria Singh, respectivement, à participer à la présente session du comité en tant qu'observateur. À ce jour, le secrétariat n'a reçu aucune demande écrite pour assister aux futures sessions du comité en tant qu'observateur. À titre d'information, le document de travail pour ce point ne mentionne pas la participation d'ONG accréditées Celles-ci sont automatiquement admises aux sessions du comité conformément à l'article 6 de son règlement intérieur. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Yes. Now, I would like to remind you that observers may take the floor during a general debate or after a decision has been taken, but they may not intervene during discussions on draft decisions. So I now open the floor to you, all of you all. Yes, I see none. I see none. So let us move now to decision. Please refer to document 3 and its draft decision in paragraph 5. Can you see it now on the screen? Yes, paragraph 5, draft decision. Yes, I think you can see that. So may I ask the committee to adopt draft decision 16.com3 as shown on the screens. Yes, I see none, no objections. Yes. Therefore, seeing no objections, I therefore declare decision 16.com3 adopted. Yes. Now we go to move on to item 4. Item 4. We will now move on to item 4, summary records of the 15th session of the committee. Mr. Secretary, the floor is yours to present this item.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Comme d'habitude, ce document présente le compte-rendu de la 15e session du comité, conformément à l'article 45 du règlement intérieur du comité. Il permet ainsi de conserver la mémoire des débats et des discussions que nous avons eues en ligne l'an dernier, qui pourraient être utiles au cours de cette session. Vous pouvez également trouver les enregistrements de tous ces débats sur la page web de la 15e session du comité. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Thank you. And now I will now open the floor. Does anybody wish to take the floor? Yes, I see none. Let us move now to decision. Please refer to document 4 and its draft decision in paragraph 7. We can see it on the screen now. Yeah. May I ask the committee to adopt draft decision 16.com4 as shown on the screens? Yes. Seeing no objections, I therefore declare decision 16.com4 adopted as seen on the screens. Yes. We move now to item 4 bis, correct? Yes. The oral report by the chairperson of the committee on the bureau activities scheduled on our timetable. I will begin by presenting to you the outcomes of the bureau meeting held since our election last year. As decided by the committee last year, the bureau of the 16th session of the committee is composed of the following members: the vice chairpersons, Sweden, Czechia, Brazil, Djibouti, and Saudi Arabia. And rapporteur, Ms. Jun Takai from Japan. And myself as chairperson, Dr. Punchinilame Mikaswati from Sri Lanka. Before beginning with my report, I would like to first thank you all, members of the committee, for the trust you bestowed upon me by electing me as chairperson of the 16th session of the committee. Allow me to also seize this opportunity to sincerely thank my colleagues of the Bureau for their active participation, hard work, and spirit of cooperation throughout this year. Thanks to their help, we were able to examine and decide on the numerous of important issues. It has been my pleasure to work with them. Dear committee members, according to the rules of procedure of the committee and the operational directives of the convention, the committee entrusts its bureau with 6 significant tasks and responsibilities. While the committee meets only once per year, the Bureau can meet as many times as necessary. The Bureau meetings can be a physical meeting, online meeting, or through electronic consultation. And this flexibility is very important for the implementation of the convention. What are the tasks that the committee entrusts to its Bureau? The Bureau is asked, first of all, to coordinate the work, fix the dates, times, and order of business of committee meetings. The Bureau is also responsible for examining and approving international assistance requests up to $100,000. The Bureau also exercises any other tasks the committee assigns to it. During the past year, we had 4 online meetings, you can remember it, on 8 March, and 21st May, 4th October, and 14th of October, 21. We also had an online informal exchange on the 3rd December 2021. You can remember all that. And first of all, the Bureau examined 6 international assistance requests in total. Of item 5, international assistance requests up to $100,000 were granted to the Cook Islands, Pakistan, Zambia, Armenia, and Mauritania. And this means 5 requests were approved for a total amount of $442,993. Okay, and these approved projects aim at safeguarding specific living heritage practices, developing community-based inventories, and building national or local capacities for implementing the convention. Please join me to congratulate states that have been granted financial assistance this year and wish them successful safeguarding of their living heritage. Secondly, the Bureau coordinated the venue and meeting modality for this session. Based on the consultation with the committee members, the venue was changed from Colombo, Sri Lanka to UNESCO headquarters. We then agreed through an informal exchange to convene the session fully online due to this COVID pandemic. In other words, the Bureau was able to respond to the changing circumstances related to the pandemic in a timely and flexible manner. Finally, the Bureau recommended that, for the first time on an experimental basis, starting with the 16th session of the committee, the Secretariat will use the mailing list to circulate all the committee members' amendments upon their submissions in the language and format received. I understand that the mailing list has been established and it has already been used to circulate amendments received so far. The Secretary has spoken clearly about this issue under the item 2. So I will not repeat the details. I trust that this new working method will facilitate consultations amongst committee members. Now allow me to point out, at this stage, the committee needs to elect the new bureau members at the end of this session. Group 2 and Group 4 have only one member of the committee, respectively, who will continue after the General Assembly in June 2022. So it is clear for those two groups which state will serve the Bureau next year. I would like to encourage Group 1, Group 3, Group 5A and 5B members to start consulting amongst themselves to identify their Bureau members for next year. We also do not have any offer to host the 17th session of the committee in 2022. So I will be discussing with the Bureau this week how to go about identifying chairperson. But of course, not in Sri Lanka, right? Okay, sad. Dear members of the committee, before I open the floor for comments, I would like to underline that transparency continues to be an important guiding principle for the organization of the meetings of our Bureau. As was the case last year, and in accordance with recommendation 69 of the open-ended working group on the governance, the Secretariat asks the Bureau members to communicate the date and venue of each Bureau meeting within their respective electoral group. Furthermore, the agenda documents and decisions of each Bureau meeting of the committee of this convention are published online and available for consultation. In addition, the Secretariat shares the decisions of the Bureau with all committee members through an email communication via the Bureau members. So this is the end of my presentation on the activities of the Bureau. I will briefly open the floor for comments, questions, or clarifications with regard to what I have presented now. Does anybody wish to intervene? Yeah, no hands, no hands. So I see none. Therefore, happily, there are no decisions to be adopted for this report. We are therefore ready to move to the next item. 5B. Yeah. I think no decisions taken. Yes. Now, item 5B. Report by the Secretariat on its activities. It's a very important thing. So we will now move to item 5B, report by the Secretariat on its activities. January 2022, June 2021. Mr. Secretary, the floor is yours to present the activities carried out by the Secretariat within the reporting period.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it is, as always, both an honour and a pleasure to share with you the activities of the Secretariat during the 18-month period going from January 2020 to June 2021. And the report follows the report which was presented by the Secretariat to the 8th session of the General Assembly in September 2020. And that report had covered the period from January 2018 to December 2019. So as you may see in the document 5B, The Secretariat has advanced in many areas that are important for the life of the Convention, and this has been despite some challenges obviously posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. In the interest of time, I'll only focus on some key points in my presentation, as more details are presented in the document itself. And of course, I will stand ready after the presentation to answer any questions committee members may have. So as I mentioned, the outbreak and propagation of the COVID-19 pandemic has obviously had a significant impact on the work we undertook, as it has for everybody, during the reporting period. And it also goes without saying that the operations of the Secretariat still remain significantly affected by the conditions of the ongoing pandemic, and the fact that this present session had to be very recently changed to be fully held online is an obvious case in point. So in this context, the priority remained to ensure that the core statutory meetings of the governing bodies and evaluation bodies could still take place, so that the Convention would continue to function properly without being burdened by with accumulated issues to address once the pandemic subsides. This involved the development of several new working methods and tools which we needed for adapting to online modalities of work. And one interesting example is the introduction of an online monitoring interface for the evaluation body, which the members use to exchange views in order to facilitate consensus building during their meeting. And this was developed specifically in order to support the online modality, and proved to be really quite successful in helping their work, so that evaluation body members have now suggested that we maintain this tool in place even once presential meetings resume. I'd also like to highlight in this regard the publication in English-French of the UNESCO report Living Heritage in the Face of COVID-19, which was published in May 2021. This was one of a series of thematic reports issued by UNESCO on the impact of the pandemic on culture. Others concerned world heritage, museums, cities, as well as the cultural and creative industries. The report was developed from the findings of an extensive online survey and exchange with the many stakeholders of the Convention, which the Secretariat had launched early in the pandemic so as to understand how the measures being put in place impacted living heritage. The report concludes with 3 broad recommendations for all stakeholders in the field of intangible cultural heritage safeguarding to help prepare for the recovery phase and beyond. And these 3 main recommendations are: A, help communities recover by strengthening support mechanisms to living heritage bearers at the local level, including through local governance structures; to take advantage of digital technologies to increase the visibility and understanding of living heritage, as well as to strengthen and amplify the linkages between safeguarding living heritage and emergency preparedness, response and recovery plans and programs. And as you could see in the report, the Secretariat then worked with a number of UNESCO field offices to immediately start implementing these recommendations in 10 countries and territories where pilot activities were initiated in June 2021. They are Barbados, Bolivia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Colombia, Ecuador, Gambia, Indonesia, Jamaica, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and St. Martin. You may have the opportunity to learn more about one of these projects during an online site event being held by our Quito office this Wednesday, 15th December, from 17:30 to 19:30 Paris time. And further information on that is available on the online calendar of site events. I'm also very pleased to be able to inform you that our global capacity building program has managed to continue and enjoys continued success. Since its first inception, the number of benefiting countries has now increased to 138, including 45 countries in Africa and 30 in small island developing states. Over the last 2 years, we made a lot of efforts to support the rollout of the Reform Periodic Reporting Mechanism, first in Latin America and the Caribbean region in 2020, and then across the Europe region in 2021. And you'll hear more details of this under item 7B. We've also had to adapt our trainings to online modalities, and building on the lessons we learned, we found that there are both benefits as well as disadvantages, of course, to these online modalities. So we propose to continue reorienting the program to include a multimodal delivery approach which would combine fully online, hybrid, and in-presentia training. This should provide opportunities for expanding our outreach, our program outreach, to reach more people and new audiences, as well as harnessing potentials for innovative pedagogy. Of course, there is also interesting cost-effectiveness measures to be gained. In that respect, I'm very pleased to announce now that the Secretariat has developed the first massive open online course, a MOOC, on living heritage and sustainable development in cooperation with ICCAP, which is the International Information and Networking Center in Asia and the Pacific, a Category 2 center under the auspices of UNESCO, as well as the Sustainable Development Goals Academy and the UNESCO Chair for Research on Intangible Cultural Heritage and Cultural Diversity at the National Autonomous University of Mexico. We are launching the pre-registration campaign tomorrow during the lunch breaks, or long break for those who are not having lunch. If you allow me, Mr. Chairperson, I'd like to ask my colleagues to really display a short trailer about this initiative. Please, could we see? Hello, my name is Tim Curtis, and I'm the Secretary of the 2003 Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage. And welcome to this first UNESCO Massive Open online course.
Hello, my name is Cristina Amezcua Chavez, and I am a researcher at the National Autonomous University of Mexico. By taking this course, you will gain a better understanding of intangible cultural heritage and its relations with sustainable development, while exploring examples and experiences of communities from around the world.
This course brings together lead thinkers and facilitators in the field from around the world.
I'm here to talk about intangible cultural heritage as a living heritage.
We will also understand the reason for the centrality of community in the safeguarding policies and plans.
We will explore community-based approaches as the best way of ensuring the widest possible participation of the communities, groups, and individuals.
What kind of measures might prove useful to safeguard and living cultural manifestations?
I want to go into detail about a really useful safeguarding measure, the inventory.
Today's chapter will focus on how a gender-responsive approach to living heritage can support achieving gender equality.
We will discuss ways in which the integration of intangible cultural heritage in education contributes to achieving aspects of the Sustainable Development Goals.
I will be speaking today about the relation between safeguarding intangible cultural heritage, health and well-being, and sustainable development.
The topic of today's talk is ways to ensure that communities benefit from income generation based on their living heritage, while mitigating any risks.
Today we are going to talk about intangible cultural heritage, food security, and agriculture.
Community-based and local knowledge offer valuable insights into environmental and climate change.
Intangible cultural heritage keeps people united and brings hope, and it is an important tool in both recovering from and preventing conflict.
Welcome to this incredible journey through cultural diversity.
Dear committee members, Mr. Chairperson, as you may recall, the Secretariat launched the program on safeguarding intangible cultural heritage in formal and informal education and non-formal education, together with the education sector some 4 years ago. Since then, with our field officers, we've been carrying out multiple projects, and these can be seen on the recently developed Clearinghouse on Living Heritage and Education, which contains documentation of all the innovative projects carried out so far under the program. Indeed, we collaborated closely with the education sector of UNESCO to jointly develop and deliver an online training course on living heritage and education, resulting in a global learning network of 40 resource persons equipped to provide further training and advisory services in this field. The two sectors furthermore collaborated to build new knowledge on the education-related indicators of the overall results framework for the convention and their relationship with Sustainable Development Goal 4, and we did this in particular through an expert meeting in 2020 and a public webinar in 2021. And we're also intensifying our efforts in the development of other thematic initiatives based on the various decisions and recommendations of governing bodies to better integrate ICH safeguarding within the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And these include current work going on the issue of ICH and climate change, as well as ICH and commercializations, including livelihoods, obviously, as well as ICH in cities. We're well advanced in developing these position papers with a range of stakeholders to be able to present to the next session of the committee. For example, concerning ICH and commercialization, a guidance note on safeguarding measures and good practices addressing the risk of decontextualization and over-commercialization is well under development and should be ready to be published in 2022. This will be followed by a global survey involving states, NGOs, researchers, as well, and this is something of a bit of a first time for us, all the contact persons of the elements inscribed on the lists. So I'll start wrapping up my presentation with a few key figures that illustrate the diversity of activities carried out in this biennium. Just quickly, between January 2020 and June 2021, 14 statutory meetings were organized for the General Assembly, the Committee, the Bureau of the Committee, and the Evaluation Body. 3 training workshops were organized in cooperation with Category 2 centers. 55 new trained members from Asia and the Pacific, Africa, Europe, and the Arab states joined the network, which now totals 103 facilitators, of which 61% are women. With 24 ongoing international assistance projects, 20 requests were administered and 10 were approved, including 5 for Africa and 3 in small island developing states. As I mentioned, we have a global network now of 40 resource persons to provide training and advisory services on ICH in formal and non-formal education, and more than 140 universities were engaged in networking activities, including 39 universities in the Arab states, following similar activities in Africa, Asia, and the Pacific, and the Latin America and the Caribbean. The dive into intangible cultural heritage, which has started to become well known, was updated to show the links between elements on the list of the Convention and the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and the interface was displayed on 21st of May during the high-level event on culture and sustainable development convened in New York by the President of the United Nations General Assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, now that I am reaching the end of my presentation, I would like to stress an important issue that is key for the future that will come up in later items. The Secretary, I feel, after some 6 years of in this position as Secretary of the Convention, that it is a duty to signal that we do seem to be coming to a critical juncture in the work of the Secretariat. We are doing our utmost to support the Convention's governing bodies, accompanying states in the implementation of the Convention, spearheading initiatives in new thematic fields, and this work will be presented to you in some detail in the iOS evaluation to be examined under item 10, and I don't want to anticipate the debate that may take place later this week under that item, but do feel it's important to stress that the Convention and the work of the Secretariat is reaching a point where choices will need to be made. In light of this situation, the governing bodies of the Convention may find it timely to take stock of this situation and provide guidance for the coming years. For the further development of the Convention, it seems essential that a decision be made on priority areas to work for which we in the Secretariat should focus our efforts. And this is proposed in the draft decision. With that, Mr. Chairperson, I would like to end my presentation, and of course I will welcome any questions members may have. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you so much for the detailed explanation about the work of the entire Secretariat. Thank you again, Mr. Secretary, for your report, which gave a very good overview of the activities undertaken by the Secretariat. It's hard work. I'm sure that many of you have questions or comments to make. Now, I open the floor to any member. Please go ahead. Yes? I can see them. We are taking down all the hands up. Just give us few seconds. Yes, I think now many members are participating for the discussion. I'm very, very happy. Over to you, Mr. Curtis. Can you kindly give the names of this list?
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The list we have now for committee members involves Czechia, Sweden, Côte d'Ivoire, Azerbaijan, Djibouti, Japan, Netherlands, China, Poland, Brazil, Sri Lanka, Togo, and non-committee members we have Syria and Uzbekistan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think now, who is the first? Sexia. Yes, over to you, Sexia. Very happy to open the floor to you. Sexia, yes. Yes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous sommes convaincus que vous conduirez nos travaux avec succès. Permettez-moi tout d'abord de vous remercier pour le spectacle magnifique qui nous a rappelé que nous aurions pu nous réunir à votre invitation dans votre beau pays. Pour tout dire, nous préférions être en présentiel, même à Paris, afin de pouvoir plonger dans le patrimoine culturel immatériel en rencontrant tous ces acteurs face à face au lieu de cette expérience virtuelle. Mais la situation étant ce qu'elle est, nous sommes tout de même ravis que cette célébration de la Convention de 2003 puisse se tenir en ligne et nous remercions le secrétariat pour la préparation efficace de notre réunion. Nous le remercions également pour son engagement à la bonne mise en œuvre de la Convention et pour son soutien et l'accompagnement de la communauté internationale du PCI, notamment à la lumière de la pandémie mondiale qui a affecté son travail et toutes ses activités mentionnées dans le rapport très riche. Nous sommes conscients que la nouvelle situation représente une charge de travail accrue et nous apprécions son adaptabilité en termes de méthode et de procédure du travail. Nous avons salué la mise en place d'une plateforme d'échange d'expériences communautaires concernant la pandémie de COVID-19 qui a affecté le PCI de manière aussi radicale que l'art vivant. Nous avons pris conscience de l'importance du partage du patrimoine vivant pour les communautés et du fait que l'expérimenter dans le monde réel est l'un des fondements de notre existence humaine. Nous sommes reconnaissants pour la poursuite de la réflexion très importante sur les mécanismes d'inscription dans la Convention et nous attendons également beaucoup de la cartographie des domaines d'activité des ONG accrédités qui permettra de mieux les associer à la mise en œuvre de la Convention. Nous attendons avec grand intérêt de voir comment le nouveau mécanisme de rapport périodique fera ses preuves et comment les données générées seront utilisées. L'assistance du secrétariat en matière de formation en ligne a joué un rôle majeur et nous avons pu en profiter cette année alors que notre région se préparait à soumettre des rapports périodiques. Nous considérons que l'initiative visant à établir un lien entre l'agenda du patrimoine culturel immatériel et l'éducation formelle et non formelle est très importante quand elle permet d'accroître la sensibilisation et le respect du patrimoine vivant parmi les jeunes et la communauté au sens large et de renforcer l'identité, la fierté et l'appréciation de la diversité culturelle. Il ne fait aucun doute que ces initiatives éducatives et l'engagement associé des jeunes peuvent jouer un rôle clé dans la sauvegarde et la transmission du patrimoine culturel immatériel. Nous tenons à souligner le projet Plonger dans le PCI qui présente le PCI au grand public de manière attrayante et contribue à sa visibilité et avec lequel nous avons d'excellentes expériences. Finalement, j'ai deux questions spécifiques. Nous aimerions savoir si le guide méthodologique pour la préparation d'inventaire du PCI dans les contextes urbains, qui est présent en espagnol, est ou sera disponible dans d'autres langues de travail. Et en ce qui concerne les synergies avec d'autres conventions, nous aimerions savoir si le règlement intérieur type adopté par la Commission Culture de la 41e Conférence générale et la modification éventuelle des règlements intérieurs des organes directeurs de la Convention seront abordés lors de la prochaine Assemblée générale si les États parties le jugent nécessaire. Merci pour votre attention, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Cecilia. And over to you.
Let me take 3.
Yeah. I will go ahead now. Then I would like to open the floor to Sweden. Over to you, Sweden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since it's the first time that Sweden takes the floor, we want to congratulate you to your presidency. Of course, we also had wished to be in Colombo, Sri Lanka. And even more after seeing the beautiful pictures and experiencing exciting Sri Lankan rituals, music and dance. Thank you so much. Sweden also want to thank the Secretariat for this, that has arranged this meeting under extraordinary circumstances and made new arrangement in a short time. We would also like to thank the Secretariat for this elaborate and excellent report and for the important results achieved. The Secretariat's activities are a cornerstone for the implementation of the Convention on national as well as international level. We have also seen how the living heritage entity has met the challenges during the pandemic. The extensive work of the reflection on the listing mechanism, together with capacity building and the work of developing several other important thematic themes, such as ICH in education, commercialization, and climate change. But when you do such a good job, you also become in demand. And as we can see under this and other upcoming items, the Secretariat's work has been carried out under limited resources. It is therefore important to make priorities and that those who are able can contribute with voluntary resources in order to strengthen the implementation of the Convention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sweden. And now I go to Côte d'Ivoire. Over to you, the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci, Monsieur le Président, pour la parole qui m'est donnée à la Côte d'Ivoire. Comme c'est la première fois que nous prenons la parole, nous voulons vous solliciter donc pour votre présidence. Effectivement, nous aurions voulu nous rendre tous au Sri Lanka. Malheureusement, la pandémie nous impose de rester chacun dans son salon ou dans son bureau pour participer à cette session. Alors, la Côte d'Ivoire voudrait féliciter vraiment le secrétariat pour le travail important abattu dans l'élaboration des documents. Et durant la période indiquée dans son rapport, elle félicite également le secrétariat pour son excellente adaptation aux réalités nouvelles et inattendues qu'impose la COVID-19 à toute l'humanité entière. Cette capacité de résilience a permis au secrétariat et à son équipe de faire, à M. Tim Curtis et à son équipe de faire preuve d'ingéniosité et d'innovation, d'invention pour initier et faire aboutir de grandes réflexions. Certaines de ces réflexions ont déjà produit des résultats. C'est le cas des principes et modalités opérationnelles pour le PCI dans les situations d'urgence. C'est aussi le cas de la disposition qui instaure le processus de dialogue dans le mécanisme d'inscription sur les listes de la candidature. Alors, la réflexion globale sur les mécanismes, tous les mécanismes d'institution, sur les différentes listes de la Convention est un point important pour nous, il nous semble important. Donc, nous attendons vraiment de cette session-là les résultats. Nous voulons voir comment cela va s'opérer. Et donc, c'est ce qui est important pour la Côte d'Ivoire. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the words. And now, do you like to answer, Mr. Curtis, now, or shall we go for now? Yeah, I will open up to Azerbaijan. Over to you, Azerbaijan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we take the floor for the first time, I would like to congratulate you, Mr. Chair, on successfully conducting this session, and very much regret that we couldn't have this session in your beautiful country. Would be happy, of course, to benefit from famous Sri Lankan hospitality.
Yeah, thank you.
I wish the committee under your chairmanship successful continuation. Mr. Chair, Azerbaijan would like to commend the efforts of the Secretariat of the 2003 Convention in continuing all activities since last year, despite the ongoing pandemic, and the way in which the culture sector overall could adapt its work to the context of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. We welcome the measures undertaken by the Secretariat in supporting the functioning of the core mechanisms of the committee, operational activities and programs, and are pleased to see that efforts have been made for the smooth organization of this committee session, which we had hoped so much to hold as a physical one. Azerbaijan further welcomes the measures undertaken by the Secretariat of the Culture sector in strengthening the synergies between 2003 Convention and other UNESCO cultural conventions, and notably 1954 Convention for the Protection of Cultural Property in the event of armed conflict and its two protocol. We believe this work should be continued and strengthened in the next biennium. Azerbaijan also welcomes the progress achieved by Secretariat in advancing the work on safeguarding intangible cultural heritage in emergencies, including situations of armed conflict and natural disasters, in line with the implementation of the strategy for reinforcing UNESCO's action for the protection of culture and the promotion of cultural pluralism in the event of armed conflict and its addendum. We believe this work should be continued, and we will of course propose also a slight amendment to the draft decision during the, acknowledging the work of the Secretariat in this area. Azerbaijan notes with great appreciation the efforts of the Secretariat in the implementation of the program in the field of intangible cultural heritage and education. We would call upon greater synergies and collaboration with specific programs of the UNESCO education sector, such as technical and vocational education and training, educational for sustainable development, and education in emergencies. Our delegation reiterates the importance of keeping the consistency of past and current decisions of the committee, and the challenge becomes even greater as the work of the committee and the scope of its discussions continue to grow. Finally, Mr. Chair, Azerbaijan fully supports the idea put forward by the Secretariat in its report to take stock of the workload and priorities of the Secretariat for the coming years. We also believe that such priorities should also be established with regard to the workload of the committee, especially in the context of the new procedures put forward as a result of the reflection on listing mechanisms. We consider that capacity building, safeguarding ICH in emergencies, intangible cultural heritage, and education for sustainable development should remain the primary priorities for the Secretariat for the upcoming years, along with strengthening the role and place of intangible cultural heritage in cultural policies in the context of the upcoming conference Mondia Cult. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Azerbaijan. And now I would like to invite the delegate from Djibouti, Her Excellency Madam Hibo Moin Asowe, Minister of Youth and Cultural Affairs of Djibouti. Over to you, Madam.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Comme c'est la première fois que je prends la parole pour l'UNESCO, je tiens d'abord, au nom de la délégation djiboutienne, par vous féliciter pour votre brillante élection et louer par la même occasion votre leadership pour la manière avec laquelle, depuis le début, vous dirigez les travaux de cette 16e session du Comité intergouvernemental du patrimoine immatériel. Et surtout, dans ces circonstances particulières que nous connaissons, nous remercions également les Sri Lanka pour toutes les dispositions qu'il a prises pour nous accueillir virtuellement. Cette 16e session du PCI se tient dans un contexte marqué par la persistance de la pandémie de la Covid-19 et au moment où les perspectives restent entourées d'incertitudes, au bout de la recrudescence de cette crise et l'apparition d'un nouveau variant. Nous pouvons, je crois, nous féliciter collectivement d'avoir œuvré afin de garantir la continuité des travaux pour la tenue de notre session malgré toutes les contraintes. Par ailleurs, permettez-moi, Monsieur le Président, au nom de la République de Djibouti, vice-président du comité, au nom du groupe SEICA, de remercier sincèrement le secrétariat de notre convention pour avoir toujours interagi avec nous de manière extrêmement positive et efficace et d'avoir su, à travers une agilité stratégique, nous assurer les moyens idoines pour nous permettre de poursuivre notre travail dans de bonnes conditions. Mesdames et messieurs, nous sommes ravis de constater, de partager et d'apprécier l'avancée remarquable réalisée par la Convention grâce à la mobilisation générale des États parties. À ce titre, je voudrais féliciter le Japon pour l'ensemble de ses initiatives pour soutenir le programme du PCI et plus particulièrement l'amélioration des outils et des mécanismes de l'esprit de cette Convention universelle qui repose sur notre union, notre solidarité à partager nos savoirs et à garantir la transmission du patrimoine culturel immatériel aux nouvelles générations, lesquelles réaliseront des nouvelles créations à leur tour, et c'est par la voie du numérique et de l'éducation qui demeure principale pour l'émergence de communautés dynamiques, praticiennes et détentrices de savoir-faire et autres connaissances en la matière. Car cette mission commune pour la sauvegarde du matériel culturel immatériel constitue une responsabilité partagée et tous les acteurs et parties prenantes devraient y œuvrer ensemble. La nécessité de cette convention est désormais plus largement reconnue. Sauvegarder les patrimoines de tous les peuples, cultures et civilisations, c'est en effet protéger l'identité, garantir l'égalité, empêcher la disparition des cultures des sociétés isolées ou exclues. C'est aussi assurer la participation à la vie publique, à l'activité culturelle, aux pratiques spirituelles, au dialogue entre les éléments de chaque société et entre les différentes sociétés et cultures. C'est enfin garantir le respect de la diversité, la tolérance et la compréhension mutuelle entre les êtres humains. Le patrimoine immatériel est important, Monsieur le Président. C'est un facteur de diversité qui mène aussi au développement durable. N'oublions pas que lorsque les sociétés comprennent l'importance du patrimoine immatériel, elles se rapprochent les unes des autres. Mesdames et Messieurs, mon pays a pleine confiance en l'organe d'évaluation qui fait preuve de professionnalisme dans l'étude et l'examen des dossiers soumis. Néanmoins, mon pays demande également au secrétariat et aux États membres de travailler pour un rééquilibrage et un examen des dossiers de pays non représentés ou sous-représentés. D'un point de vue comptable ou purement mathématique, le panorama ou la balance est très largement déséquilibré, y compris pour cette session. À cet égard, le consensus sur le principe de 3 critères 5 adopté par le comité pour ouvrir la discussion et évaluer l'élément est un pas important en amont. Aussi, nous apprécions particulièrement le résultat des travaux du processus du dialogue qui s'avère efficace dans l'évaluation des dossiers, sans oublier notre intérêt pour une réflexion globale sur le mécanisme d'inscription sur les listes de la Convention, ainsi que notre adhésion au cadre global des résultats. Et nous souhaitons le renforcement du mécanisme de dialogue pour relever le défi du consensus et permettre aux membres du comité d'être le garant de l'universalisme de l'UNESCO. En vous souhaitant une bonne délibération, je vous remercie.
Thank you very much for that comments and opinions, Madam. And now I go to Japan. Over to you, Japan.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First of all, we highly appreciate the fact that you have come all the way from Sri Lanka to Paris for this committee meeting. Thank you very much. And we are also grateful to you for the wonderful traditional dancing performance we saw earlier today. Thank you once again. And also, I would like to express my appreciation to the Minister of Djibouti for mentioning Japan in your statement. At the outset, Japan would like to congratulate the Secretariat for working tirelessly to make this meeting possible under the continuing COVID situation. Of course, we would have all loved to fly in Colombo and visit the beautiful country of resplendent land, and that will be for the next occasion. We would like to thank the evaluation body as well for adapting their working methodology to make an online evaluation possible and for continuing to ensure high quality work. This is the second year in which the upstream dialogue process has been fully implemented, and we are pleased to note that many projects have turned into favorable recommendations, and more projects than last year have been recommended to be inscribed. The global pandemic is still very much present in the world, and we acknowledge that it has been another difficult year for the Secretariat to have its activities accomplished. Nonetheless, we saw many positive developments. We welcome the Secretariat for continuing this effort in supporting practitioners and communities affected by the COVID-19 crisis. We are also pleased with the progress of the global reflection on the listing mechanisms of the convention with the organization of one meeting of experts in May and the two-part online meetings of the open-ended intergovernmental working group. We are looking forward to discussing its outcome at a later stage in this commission. Now, we welcome the Secretariat efforts in its two operational priorities, namely capacity building and safeguarding intangible cultural heritage in the formal as well as non-formal education, the protection of all forms of heritage in crisis and disaster risk reduction is one of Japan's priority areas, and we will continue to cooperate with the Secretariat and continue to the capacity building for safeguarding intangible cultural heritage. By the way, before closing, I would like to, refer to what Mr. Curtis said earlier in terms of the need to make a choice for priority areas. And I think that kind of discussion is very much necessary at this stage in time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Japan. I think now already we have heard from 5 countries, that is Czechia, Sweden, Côte d'Ivoire, Azerbaijan, Djibouti, and Japan. I think now I would like to invite our secretary to give some answer to all these comments and questions. Over to you, Mr. Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and I would like to start by thanking all the positive remarks we received from delegates. They are very appreciated and encouraging. I won't address comments. I think they are made and I don't need to address them, but there was 2 very specific questions and from Czechia and some questions of a kind from Azerbaijan, and specifically Czechia asked if the urban planning work done in the context of our ongoing project on ICH, the cities, will be translated into English. And indeed, we are working with our office in Lima, Peru, precisely for that reason. But I also would like to inform the honorable delegate that beyond that project, we're also working to a broader paper on ICH and urban planning as one of the thematic areas linked to sustainable development goals, which we hope to have advanced on well for next year. The second question concerned the issue of the harmonization of the rules of procedure of the General Assemblies. Indeed, we will be presenting this to the GA in June, as I believe will be happening in various processes across all the cultural conventions. And we stand ready. We stand ready to discuss with the Bureau or receive thoughts on that matter if there's need for dialogue. But we will start working after this committee on that matter in preparation for the General Assembly in June. Azerbaijan mentioned some very specific areas of education and asked if we would be able to work with them. We certainly are very much open to the idea and take note of TVET, ESD, as well as education in emergencies as interesting areas of potential work. Again, all of this is resource dependent. But thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I would just like to thank the very positive encouragements we've had from many of the committee members. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Curtis. Now, I would like to open the floor to Netherlands. Netherlands, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My delegation congratulates you with your chairmanship, and we thank you for the wonderful opening ceremony. I am pleased to share that Sri Lanka and the Netherlands are working closely together in the field of cultural heritage. Collaborative projects can stimulate mutual interest and the acknowledgement of difficult pasts. We would have loved to meet in person in Colombo, to experience your rich and beautiful culture and to meet all the wonderful people, and we regret that this isn't possible under current circumstances. However, we are convinced you will lead us through fruitful Zoom meetings the coming days. We are thankful to everyone, in particular the Secretariat and the other committee members, for their great effort to make this online meeting possible. Mr. Chair, we thank the Secretariat for this excellent report and we appreciate the hard work, especially in these demanding times. We support the initiative of the Secretariat to create a platform on which communities can share their experiences during the pandemic. ICH proved to be an important means of resilience in times of crisis. We are pleased that the digital tool Dive into Intangible Cultural Heritage has been positively received by youth. The tool is an example on how data can be presented in an attractive way to the general public. To expand a tool like this and create other attractive tools to make knowledge on ICH accessible could be helpful to present data to the general public and especially youth. The 2003 convention is expanding its reach increasingly. The iOS report also points at this development. Although the Netherlands has always been in favor of new thematic initiatives, to intensify the integration of ICH in social, environmental, and educational areas, the expansion of the convention requires strategic decisions on priorities, as was pointed out earlier. How will the Secretariat establish priority areas for the coming years? The draft decision speaks about the preparation of information on the main activities, with cost implication and workload related issues for examination by the committee next year. Could the Secretariat elaborate on this? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Now, I would like to invite China. Over to you, China.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since it is the first time for China to take the floor, my delegation would like to congratulate you on your chairmanship. We would also like to express our sincere gratitude to Sri Lanka as the host of this session and to all of these beautiful artists at the inaugural ceremony. Our thanks also goes to all the committee members and the Secretariat for their precious efforts to make the 16th session of the committee online possible. We highly appreciate the presentation by Mr. Curtis and all the efforts made by the Secretariat to ensure the smooth governance of the convention so as to respond to new challenges posed by the pandemic. We further commend the Secretariat for the great achievements it had made since last session, including carrying out the global reflection on the listing mechanisms, launching the thematic initiatives such as ICH and climate change, and strengthening synergies with other UNESCO cultural conventions, etc. We look forward to further progresses and wider involvement of all states parties and diverse stakeholders. As we can recall, the highest number of multinational elements have been inscribed during the last session, which has demonstrated the ability of ICH to bring people together and promote international dialogue and cooperation. Among them, there's a nomination jointly nominated by China and Malaysia, which is Wongcheng Ceremony. I would like to share with you that just early this month, the first anniversary of the multinational inscription of this element was celebrated by the communities concerned, both in Xiamen, Fujian, China, and in Malaysia. The communities in Malaysia joined the celebration by sending their congratulatory letter. This testifies that the element has become a symbol of friendship between the Malaysian communities and further helps to increase bilateral and regional cooperation. Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, the COVID-19 pandemic has profoundly changed our ways of life, threatening people's health and lives, as well as the practice and transmission of ICH. As the pandemic is still developing and spreading, we human beings have been connected and united more than ever in a particular way. Though we have to meet online for this session again, we believe that all we committee members, with the leadership of His Excellency Mr. Chairman, will continue to make new contributions to further promoting the implementation of the convention with shared responsibility and objectives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, China. And now I would like to invite Poland. Open to you, Poland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Poland wishes to congratulate you, Mr. Chair, for your warm welcoming with an introduction to a very rich intangible cultural heritage of Sri Lanka. We wish to express our sadness that this year, again, we had to meet at online session because of the difficult time of the COVID-19 pandemic. We also want to commend Secretariat for taking the necessary measures to ensure that the governance of the convention could be maintained and appreciate the dedicated work for organizing this meeting. We share the opinion that in today's world, it is crucial to take all necessary measures to prevent cultural heritage from threats to the transmission and viability of intangible cultural heritage. The ICH is facing a threat that is still there and needs tools to safeguard and protect both the bearers and the elements itself. With appreciation, we welcomed the report Living Heritage in the Face of COVID-19 Pandemic, which explains the challenges of the protection of ICH in emergency situation. Poland wishes to express our satisfaction that despite the challenging time, we were able to continue our work over the year, especially on the reform of the listing mechanism, which is crucial to keep the credibility and continuity of the convention. At this point, we wish to thank very much Japan for the engagement within the process. Poland also commends Secretariat for initiating efforts in specific thematic areas to contribute to a holistic approach to heritage safeguarding and sustainable development, especially to subjects like ICH and climate change, commercialization, or urban context. We are especially appreciated to the new solutions in promoting the convention provisions, like finding the synergies between different cultural heritage mechanisms, like 1954 Hague Convention and its two protocols, 1972 World Heritage Convention and 2005 Convention. We congratulate the Secretariat for launching the new initiative, the UNESCO Massive Open Online Course on Living Heritage and Sustainable Development, an excellent tool not only to teach about and learn about the beauty of the ICH, but also to promote the mechanism of its protection. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Poland. And now I would like to invite cordially Brazil. Over to you, Brazil. Yeah, go ahead. Over to you. Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the first place, I wish to congratulate you on your election and the fluid manner in which you have been conducting the works of our meeting. I have to mention how regretful it is that health measures have not made it possible to carry out face-to-face meeting in Colombo. Since the spirit of our convention is made of encounters of mutual recognition, in direct contact and with active participation of our communities. We thank you for the delightful demonstration of Sri Lankan cultural manifestations, which we would have enjoyed even more watching live, though. Mr. Chair, Mr. Assistant Director General, Mr. Assistant Director General for Culture, Mr. Secretary of the Convention, I'd like to address my special thanks and compliments to the Secretariat for their invaluable work and for the comprehensive reports delivered on the activities that have been undertaken to promote the Convention under the very difficult context of the COVID-19 pandemic. The Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage is 18 years old. It's reaching the age of maturity in very good health. 181 members and a growing interest worldwide in the intangible heritage lists show the path of success we have pursued. Mr. Chair, this entire context encourages us to work with even more dedication. At the national level, we are also celebrating an important event, the 21st anniversary of our national program for the safeguarding of intangible heritage, a legal framework that precedes the 2003 convention itself. The Brazilian culture is composed of a myriad of cultural traditions and manifestations. This myriad is ourselves because it's a living heritage. Besides, it's what confers unity and identity to a society where people of different ethnic origins coexist within a gigantic territory. Brazil is fully committed to this convention. Our Institute of National Historic and Artistic Heritage, IFAM, has 84 years old. It means a long experience in all areas of cultural and historical heritage, which we continue to share in the cultural forums of UNESCO and that interacts with the life of the conventions. Culture, and more specifically intangible culture, was one of the first victims of the pandemic we are living through. Millions of artists, craftsmen, and cultural workers have lost their jobs. Many of them have lost their lives, and there is no way to measure the amount of wisdom which disappeared with them before they had the chance to pass it down to the new generations. Unexpectedly, during this crisis period, the bearers of our intangible heritage have found new ways of spreading and strengthening the transmission of traditional knowledge associated to their cultural assets. Mr. Chair, we know that the convention is going through an important moment. Our last meetings proved that there is a need to adapt and to improve its operational mechanisms and its rules of procedure. We will take an active part in this process as we have always done in the past. We will continue to contribute to the universality of our convention. Brazil is confident that the wide-ranging discussions carried through in the different areas of this convention will lead us to the right decisions, and we look forward to sharing with you our dedication and experience. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Brazil. Thank you. And now I like to invite Sri Lanka. Over to you, Sri Lanka.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As our delegation is taking the floor for the first time, let us congratulate the Secretariat for organizing the meeting under the most challenging circumstances that we had no parallels in the recent past. Sri Lanka, thank you for your concern for the health and safety of all delegates and for taking the difficult but timely decision to hold the meeting from the headquarters in Paris in the distance mode and making quick adjustments to accommodate the last-minute changes to suit to different time zones of the world to reduce inconvenience to delegates. Thank you for the detailed report which illuminates the work has been done by the Secretariat to safeguard intangible cultural heritage across the globe, despite the challenges of the pandemic. Sri Lanka recognizes the significance of the convention as an important vehicle for achieving sustainable development among all nations, which is extremely important for humankind accomplishing long-lasting peace. In this regard, the work done so far in the field of inclusive education is truly commendable. Although no one would be able to predict when we would be able to return to normal, we are convinced that the Secretariat, with the help of state parties, to overcome the challenges of the pandemic and achieve our goals of safeguarding ICH of the humankind. Our delegation wishes the Secretariat and the chairperson success in leading the 16th session as planned. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Sri Lanka. Thank you very much for the words. And now I would like to invite Togo. Over to you, Togo.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Bonjour aux honorables délégués. Monsieur le Président, je voulais commencer mon propos en vous remerciant et en vous félicitant pour la façon dont vous conduisez nos travaux. Nous sommes très reconnaissants de nous avoir amenés ou faire voyager jusqu'à Colombo tout à l'heure avec la cérémonie d'allumage des lampes à huile et les danses qui ont suivi. Et nous avons beaucoup apprécié. Nous avons voulu vous remercier pour cela. Monsieur le Président, nous voulons également remercier le secrétariat pour le rapport très clair qui nous a été présenté par M. Curtis tout à l'heure, le directeur. Nous sommes contents du travail accompli et des résultats obtenus dans le cadre de la mise en œuvre de la Convention du patrimoine immatériel, malgré les temps difficiles que nous traversons depuis un certain temps. Nous nous réjouissons du fait que la plateforme des échanges ait été activée et nous nous félicitons également pour la formation en ligne en matière de patrimoine immatériel. Et c'est très, très intéressant pour nous. Nous apprécions le fait que si on connaît ces aspects, les patrimoines, on serait plutôt favorable à les défendre. On sait ce qu'ils représentent et quand on est formé pour cela aussi, c'est très intéressant d'avoir de meilleurs résultats. Monsieur le Président, nous voulons également remercier le comité d'évaluation qui a permis par son travail de nous faciliter la prise de décision sur l'inscription de certains biens. Et son travail nous permet également d'amender un certain nombre de points qui le mériteraient à nos groupes. Pour faire le lien, le Togo porte un amendement concernant Mbolon, au Mali, sur le point de 16 comme 8A3. Nous y reviendrons au moment opportun. Monsieur le Président, nos experts sont parmi vous, ils interviendront au moment opportun, mais nous voulons vous assurer que le Togo fera tout ce qui est de son pouvoir pour faire de votre présidence et de l'ensemble du travail qui se fait aujourd'hui du succès. Nous voulons remercier également le directeur, M. Tim Curtis. Il a tout à l'heure donné une information. C'était une question que je voulais poser, mais elle a déjà répondu. C'est le fait que nous soyons satisfaits du fait qu'on ait envisagé par rapport au modèle de règlement intérieur proposé par la 41e conférence générale, de faire en sorte que nous puissions procéder à une sorte d'alignement du règlement intérieur de la Convention du patrimoine immatériel. Nous sommes conscients qu'il y a des problèmes urgents à résoudre. Il a dit tout à l'heure, en parlant de priorités et de choix à faire, et l'ambassadeur du Japon l'a dit tout à l'heure, nous soutenons, le Togo soutient le fait que nous puissions faire ces choix prioritaires afin que nous soyons plus efficaces dans la conservation du patrimoine culturel immatériel. Il en va de même de l'amélioration du mécanisme relatif à l'inscription des biens. Nous sommes tout à fait disposés à travailler dans ce sens pour que sur ces deux questions, nous puissions avoir les meilleurs résultats de façon à avancer plus sereinement. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Togo. Thank you very much for that comments. And now I would like to invite Switzerland. Over to you, Switzerland.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. C'est la première fois que je prends la parole. C'est aussi la première fois que je m'exprime dans ce comité. Je suis très heureuse d'être avec vous. J'aimerais aussi vous féliciter pour votre présidence, tout d'abord, et me joindre à tous ceux qui regrettent de ne pas pouvoir être avec vous au Sri Lanka, dans votre beau pays si riche de patrimoine matériel et immatériel. J'aimerais aussi remercier le secrétariat pour son rapport d'abord riche et détaillé qui reflète l'intense activité de cette dernière année. Nous aimerions aussi souligner la capacité d'anticipation et d'adaptation du secrétariat pour faire face à la situation exceptionnelle que représente la pandémie. Ainsi, les activités statutaires ont pu se poursuivre grâce aux solutions techniques mises en œuvre. Mais au-delà, un travail spécifique a été mis en œuvre pour la sauvegarde et la promotion du patrimoine vivant dans ce contexte d'urgence sanitaire. La Suisse salue la poursuite et le renforcement des activités thématiques. Nous aimerions souligner en particulier les projets concernant les liens entre le patrimoine immatériel et le développement durable, le renforcement des capacités pour la sauvegarde du patrimoine en situation d'urgence ou encore l'éducation. Il est essentiel de concentrer suffisamment de ressources au secrétariat pour ces activités qui sont au cœur de notre convention. Les collaborations et l'utilisation des synergies avec les autres conventions culturelles représentent des opportunités pour traiter d'enjeux transversaux tels que le patrimoine en danger ou les effets des changements climatiques sur les biens culturels. Nous saluons le travail entrepris par le secrétariat dans ce domaine et souhaiterions lui poser une question par rapport à la collaboration avec le secrétariat de la Convention de La Haye de 1954. Ma question est la suivante. Le rapport mentionne la préparation d'un document de réflexion sur les synergies en matière de sauvegarde du patrimoine immatériel en situation d'urgence. Quelles sont les principales orientations de ce document et quand sera-t-il disponible? Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Thank you very much for the comments. I think among the committee members, I would like to now invite Botswana.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Botswana congratulates you on the assumption, on your assumption to the chair of the 16th session of the Intergovernmental Committee, and commends you, Mr. Chairperson, in the manner in which you are conducting this meeting. Please be assured of our full support as Botswana. Chairperson, we were indeed looking forward to you hosting us in your beautiful country, but the pandemic unfortunately has prevented this. We also thank the Secretariat for the arrangements put in place for this meeting to take place nevertheless, and for the report under discussion. Chairperson, Botswana, like other countries, experienced challenges posed by the pandemic. Safeguarding activities by their very nature attract gatherings which cannot take place due to pandemics like COVID-19. Traditional folk dances, for instance, such as our Dikopelo and Siperu, which are listed under the ICH, could not be held. However, as a silver lining in the early part of this year, some COVID-19 protocols were relaxed, enabling a number of activities with their safeguarding plans. Some of these activities included boot camps for earthenware pottery making for both primary and secondary school leavers, school students, as well as capacity building workshops for the formation of a Potters Association. To enable fast-tracking documentation and enactment of the ICH practice by communities, groups, and individuals. Chairperson, COVID-19 has also pointed out the need to explore the use of digital platforms to ensure that communities continue the implementation of their safeguarding plans for their respective ICH elements, especially during these challenging times. We therefore also welcome the Living Heritage in the Face of COVID-19 report. Before I conclude, Chairperson, despite the good efforts by the Secretariat, Botswana indeed laments the lack of geographical balance in the approval of files, which further illustrates the continued need for assistance to regions such as Africa. The approval rate of files for Africa is less than 50%. And at this rate, it will indeed be a long time and a great challenge for Africa to safeguard its intangible cultural heritage. Botswana also joins those who have appealed for increasing the capacity of the ICH Secretariat. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Botswana. And now I see another committee member, Kazakhstan. Over to you, Kazakhstan. Yes, I think, yeah, Kazakhstan,
Sorry.
are you ready?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, please go ahead. Please go ahead. Over to you.
Dear Mr. Chairman, Your Excellency, Kazakhstan would like to join the congratulations on your election and the way how you are navigating the session in maritime manner of the Great Silk Road. Being the landlocked country, Kazakhstan still have access to the Caspian Sea and Aral Sea, so we can to some extent evaluate your skills. This gives us confidence in successful results of our work. We also share the sadness of missing the hospitality of Sri Lanka. To some extent, it was replaced with wonderful live performance. But being a committee member, we know that video cannot replace living cultures. Secondly, my delegation would like to acknowledge the hard work of Secretariat, which really have burst into new initiatives, not only in disseminating ICH, but creatively exploring the new areas with non-formal and formal education, climate change, and other dramatic challenges. Kazakhstan would like to assure its commitments to contribute to UNESCO efforts, as colleagues know. Here, we would like to mark the essential support of Japan in the important work on reflection of the listing mechanisms of the Convention and proposals for related revisions to the operational directives. We noticed the positive implications already in the proposed draft decision by the evaluation body for this session. We are looking also to the review of the Article 18, and we thank Sweden for supporting this process. Let me stop here in order not to overload the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kazakhstan. Thank you very much for your comments. And now I would like to invite Jamaica. Over to you, Jamaica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As it's the first time that Jamaica is taking the floor, I would like, first of all, to join with my fellow committee members in congratulating you on your selection to the chair of this intergovernmental meeting. As well to express our regret that we were unable to meet in person in Colombo, but we got a little taste of Sri Lankan culture in the excellent opening ceremony. We also would like to congratulate the Secretariat for the excellent work that it has been doing, the excellent report that it has presented, and also the flexibility and the ability to deal with the situation that presented itself and to move from an in-person gathering to an online platform, which so far as Jamaica is concerned, has worked very well. And we look forward to a very productive week of meetings. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you very much, Jamaica. And I think 15 countries among the committee members have been given their comments and opinions. Thank you very much to all of you all. And I would like to invite the state parties. There are so many state parties are willing to give their comments. Syria, Uzbekistan, France, Portugal, Barbados. But I think before we go to that, I would like to invite our secretary, Mr. Tim Curtis. Now, can you just give us your comments? All these committee members have given their opinion. Over to you, Mr. Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. And I once again want to take this opportunity to thank all the comments we have, which are very encouraging and helpful. So I won't try to address all the comments. I will just try to go to a couple of questions I picked up on, and I hope I haven't missed any, so that I can answer the question and then we can get back to the statements. But the first question I picked up was from the Netherlands on the draft decision proposal on presenting costs for prioritization. Obviously, this is something that we expect will be discussed probably more when we come to the IOS report and the IOS evaluation on the work of the convention. But what we mean there is really to have properly cost-based, informed decision-making on prioritizations, so that we work on linking what the real costs in terms of also needed extra budgetary support, but also our own human resource costs are on implementing certain recommendations and decisions, and so that by the next committee session, and or maybe in between, they can be informed decision making on that. So I don't know if that, I won't go into any of the details, but that is what is meant in that part of the section. I think there was also a question from Switzerland concerning the issue of intangible cultural heritage and emergencies, and particularly collaboration with 1954 convention. If I understood, the delegate of Switzerland asked if there was a reflection paper, but perhaps just to clarify, there was a operational principles and modalities adopted last General Assembly, which was 3 years of reflection. We also, however, worked with the colleagues in the 1954 convention, and specifically its 1999 protocol, to develop a paper in the context of that convention. That paper was presented to the, I think it's called the Committee of the 1999 Protocol, or Second Protocol. I need to brush up a bit on the exact terminology there. But we basically presented the work we had done on our operational modalities and presented it in the context of the 1954 convention, or its protocol, its second protocol. So that has already been presented, but not obviously in our convention, which really was the work that was developed, the reflection that was developed, that led to the development of the operational the operational principles and modalities for safeguarding intangible cultural heritage in emergencies. just as a small note, we are in the process of implementing those through capacity building programs which have been funded, thank you very much, also from Switzerland. We were able to work on in Honduras and in the Philippines, and also thanks to the delegation of Azerbaijan, we are starting to work on ICH safeguarding in situations of displaced people. Thank you. I don't know if there are other questions. I'm not sure if I missed any questions. I do want to again thank all the delegates for their statements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Curtis. Thank you very much, Secretary. And now we'll go to state parties. I would like to invite Syria. Over to you, Syria.
Merci. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, je saisis l'occasion de notre présente réunion qui se tient en mode virtuel pour saluer au nom de mon pays, la République arabe syrienne, la tenue de la 16e session de notre comité du PCI. Monsieur le Président, vous félicitant pour votre élection et celle du Bureau, nous remercions la présidence et le Bureau de la 15e session et nous vous assurons, Monsieur le Président, de notre soutien pour la conduite de nos travaux sous l'égide de la sagesse et de la bienveillance célèbre de votre pays, le Sri Lanka. Nous reconnaissons l'engagement sans faille des distingués, membres du comité, des ONG et experts membres de l'organe d'évaluation, le professionnalisme du secrétariat de 2003 et sa direction, ainsi que le secteur de la culture. Rien ne présageait, lors de la tenue de la 14e session de notre comité en 2019 à Bogota, que nous allions faire face 3 ans plus tard à un contexte pandémique persistant qui impacterait dramatiquement et de manière inégalitaire le vécu de nos sociétés et de nos communautés. Ce constat alarmant nous interpelle unanimement sur les menaces émergentes qui affectent la viabilité de notre patrimoine vivant et la pérennité des individus et des communautés. En leur qualité d'artisans ancestraux de la production, de la sauvegarde, de l'enrichissement et de la transmission du patrimoine culturel immatériel de nos civilisations. Nonobstant qu'ils mettent en exergue notre conscience collective à l'égard de l'esprit de notre Convention de 2003, ce constat nous appelle à conjuguer nos efforts aux côtés du secrétariat de la Convention de 2003 et de l'UNESCO dans le respect des principes éthiques pour la sauvegarde du PCI, lesquels ont été approuvés lors de la 10e session du comité en Namibie. Mais aussi, il nous incite à engager une coopération multilatérale pertinente qui consoliderait l'approche de la sauvegarde du patrimoine culturel immatériel dans les situations d'urgence, telles que stipulées lors de notre 14e session du comité. À travers l'ensemble des principes et de modalités opérationnelles, riches des conclusions de la réunion d'experts organisée à ce sujet par le secrétariat de la Convention, avec le soutien généreux de la Chine et d'autres membres du comité. Par ailleurs, et ayant la profonde conviction de l'importance cruciale que revêt le patrimoine vivant dans les situations d'urgence, ainsi que son rôle inclusif dans le relèvement sociétal, économique et environnemental, le gouvernement de mon pays, la République arabe syrienne, s'est engagé depuis l'adhésion de 2005 à la Convention de 2003 dans la mise en place d'une directive axée sur la place prépondérante du PCI comme levier transgénérationnel et participatif, consolidant les efforts nationaux et locaux de renforcement des capacités des communautés locales et leur résilience. Malgré les mesures coercitives illégales à son encontre, mon pays, la Syrie, n'a épargné aucun effort pour la viabilité du PCI. Nous assistons à la mise en place du registre national syrien du PCI, la création de la direction du patrimoine culturel immatériel au sein du ministère de la Culture en 2020-2021, les propositions d'inscription successives, la dernière en date étant la proposition d'inscription d'Al-Qudud al-Halabiya sur la liste représentative du PCI lors du présent comité, ainsi que le partenariat fructueux de l'ONG et le Fonds syrien pour le développement en sa qualité de membre de l'organe d'évaluation de la PCI et sa participation saluée au sein du Forum des ONG. Souhaitant le plein succès aux travaux de notre comité, nous aurons l'honneur de prendre la parole ultérieurement. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much for your comments, Syria. And now I would like to invite country Uzbekistan, the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Tourism and Sports, His Excellency, Mr. Aziz Abduqa Kimor from of Uzbekistan. Over to you.
Mr. Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am addressing this session for the first time, and let me first congratulate you, Mr. Chair, on assuming the chairmanship of 16COM. I wish you all the best in this responsible post. I also would like to extend my appreciation to the Secretariat, Bureau members, and evaluation body for their extensive effort to make this virtual meeting possible. As we all know, intangible cultural heritage embodies the uniqueness of history, culture, and traditions of communities and nations. At the same time, it serves as a bridge to unite people, enhance intercultural understanding and peace. In this part of culture nowadays is also taken care of as the key pillars to develop sustainable tourism. I would like to commend the multilateral work that UNESCO and this Intergovernmental Committee are doing in order to help countries preserve, promote their intangible cultural heritage. With a history spanning millennia, Uzbekistan has been proud to have a very rich cultural heritage. My country has always attached a great importance to safeguarding its cultural heritage, including intangible elements. This heritage requires a special care to survive. It is a living heritage. It is alive with the people, among the people. Having this in mind, on the national level, we are taking some bold administrative, legal, and other steps to carefully transmit our intangible cultural heritage to new generation, to capable hands. I would like to reiterate that Uzbekistan is fully committed to implement 2003 Convention and support the efforts of UNESCO and the committee. We have 9 national and multinational elements inscribed to representative list. Hopefully, in a couple of the days, another element, Bakshi art, will be added to this list. We look forward and count on your support in this regard. I wish you a very successful session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister of Uzbekistan. Thank you very much. And now I go to France. Over to you, France, for your comments.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de me donner la parole et félicitations pour votre présidence et la conduite des travaux jusqu'à présent. La France tient à remercier le secrétariat pour avoir maintenu un certain niveau de dynamisme malgré les contraintes qui pesaient du fait de la pandémie. Par ailleurs, nous saluons la ratification de la Convention par l'Angola et la Somalie. En France, la protection du patrimoine culturel immatériel suscite un intérêt considérable. Et nous pouvons illustrer cela, par exemple, par des travaux de la mission d'information du Sénat donc, sur le patrimoine culturel immatériel qui donc s'est réuni en 2021 et a publié un rapport au printemps afin de fournir un état des lieux à l'approche des 20 ans de la Convention pour la sauvegarde du patrimoine culturel immatériel en France. Et ce rapport comporte 25 propositions qui seront en partie suivis par le ministère français de la Culture pour ce qui relève de sa compétence, bien sûr. On peut en retenir, par exemple, les éléments suivants. Donc, le rôle déterminant que peuvent jouer les collectivités territoriales dans la politique publique du patrimoine culturel immatériel au niveau national. C'est le patrimoine culturel immatériel donc, qui est présenté dans ce rapport comme un véritable enjeu pour les politiques publiques sur les territoires, tout simplement parce qu'il donne une image moins élitiste de la culture, permettrait donc de redonner leur lettre de noblesse à des pratiques populaires longtemps déconsidérées. Il favorise également la diversité culturelle sur les territoires. De même, le patrimoine culturel immatériel comme levier de cohésion sociale et intergénérationnelle a été mis en avant donc, dans ce rapport. Et enfin, donc, la délégation souligne l'importance de la sensibilisation à la diffusion et du patrimoine culturel immatériel et encourage à ce titre la poursuite de l'outil
plongée dans le patrimoine culturel immatériel. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, France. Now I am enjoying in your country, in Paris, the beautiful, most beautiful city. And not only that, I get a lot of comments about your French government, how they look after the people with various type of communities. So this is a good example of safeguarding intangible cultural heritage. Thank you very much, France. Thank you very much. And now I go to Portugal. Over to you, Portugal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Sri Lanka, for a beautiful opening ceremony and for hosting and co-organizing together with the Secretariat this session. The 2003 Convention has succeeded worldwide in raising awareness of the distinct nature and the importance of intangible heritage, in ensuring respect of communities and groups and mutual appreciation, thus promoting respect for cultural diversity and human creativity. It should be stressed that the Secretariat has made invaluable contributions to these extraordinary achievements and to foster international cooperation and assistance. Notwithstanding, as found by the recent iOS evaluation, which will be discussed by this committee later, and I quote, "The 2003 Convention has been a victim of its own success. As demand for UNESCO support grows, the Secretariat is unable to adequately respond to all requests," end of quote. The report makes it clear that additional and permanent human resources will be required to fulfill the rising demands of state parties, and that most of its recommendations have resource implications. Portugal supports the iOS analysis and recommendations and recognizes that the main challenges going forward are related to human and core resources. The Convention is growing and maturing at a fast pace, but its supporting skeleton is not. Growing pains cannot be addressed only by voluntary financial contributions, reform efforts, or prioritization. It is imperative that the Secretariat, as the backbone for continuing successful implementation of the Convention, grows in tandem. In our view, the optimal funding of the Secretariat to deliver on the manifold and mounting demands is of paramount importance, and therefore consideration should be given to increase its allocation from the regular budget. The government bodies should discuss calling for future uplift in the Secretariat of the Convention budget in the next round. Portugal is strongly committed to the continuing success of the Convention. We look forward to the next meeting of the Reflection on the Listing Mechanisms Working Group and to the forthcoming reflection process for a broader implementation of Article 18. About a year ago, Portugal announced its first candidature to this committee for the 2022-2026 mandate. We hope state parties at the next General Assembly will trust us to take these important duties and responsibilities. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Portugal. And now I would like to invite Barbados. Over to you, Barbados.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I join others in thanking you for your chairmanship of this meeting and the organization, the quick organization from in person to an online format. I also want to take this time, Mr. Chair, to thank the Secretariat as well for the work, the volume of work that they have been undertaking in respect to safeguarding our intangible cultural heritage. And I also want to take the time to extend my congratulations as well to the other various committees under the Secretariat that have been doing outstanding work to ensure that they safeguard our intangible cultural heritage. Mr. Chair, for no doubt, the pandemic has paralyzed many of our countries, and as small island developing states, Barbados no less, we have felt the impact of this pandemic, which have gone on for almost 2 years now. And therefore, within the context of intangible cultural heritage, issues of sustainable development and economic development, and the value of economic value of intangible cultural heritage is indeed a priority for us in Barbados. Also as well, Mr. Chair, the value of ICH to building, repairing and rebuilding aspects of our society as we continue to grapple with this pandemic is indeed a priority for us here in Barbados. Mr. Chair, our country is the second largest has the second largest collection of transatlantic records, and we are moving very swiftly to undertake a project which seeks to build bridges between tangible and intangible cultural heritage. And in that regard, we are very interested in your ICH and urban planning project, and we look forward with earnest to any important results or lessons learned that we can utilize in moving forward. Finally, Mr. Chair, I want to support the work of the Secretariat in moving to prioritize work in terms of the volume that they have to face, and the work to focus specifically on building capacity, which I think we believe is key to building out all aspects of intangible cultural heritage going forward. And in this regard, we want to welcome the online course, which also seeks to further build capacity of persons across the world in terms of intangible cultural heritage. Again, Mr. Chair, I thank you for your chairmanship, and I extend congratulations to the Secretariat for all their hard work. We look forward, and Barbados wishes to give their full support to you as chairman and to the Secretariat in moving the work of building up our intangible cultural heritage going forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Barbados. And now I would like to invite Slovakia. Over to you, Slovakia, for your comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Dear members of the committee, dear Secretariat, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to congratulate you, Mr. Chairman, for your chairmanship and also for a very nice opening ceremony of this meeting. I feel really sorry that we cannot meet in your beautiful country, but I'm sure that thanks to your leadership, we will be able to have a very interesting and interactive meeting. I would like to commend the Secretariat for having organized this virtual meeting under such important time constraints, and also thank them for a very exhaustive report detailing many important activities which happened over the last period. We are aware of difficulties under which the Secretariat has to function, especially with respect to the human resources, as was also mentioned by Mr. Tim Curtis. Therefore, I would like to highlight the possibility of voluntary contributions to help in pursuing all the priorities. Slovakia contributes regularly, especially to enhance the human capacities of the Secretariat of the 2003 Convention. I would also like to mention that we strongly support the work of the Secretariat, especially on the two operational priorities: capacity building, as well as the integration of intangible cultural heritage in formal and non-formal education. Inclusive work with primary and secondary school teachers, as well as local NGOs and wider community, is crucial. We welcome the project launched by UNESCO and the EU on engaging youth for an inclusive and sustainable Europe. It invites the teachers and learners to explore the living heritage and to learn not only about it, but also with it and through it. This was also the objective of a successful webinar organized by Slovakia and Czechia this year. Last but not least, I would like to commend the work of the open-ended working group on the listing mechanisms and the great chairmanship of the Ambassador of Japan. Slovakia is strongly devoted to its work to improve the functioning and reinforce the credibility of the listing mechanisms. Our demotion is clearly reflected in order to safeguard the intangible cultural heritage, also in our candidature to become a member of this highly esteemed committee. And we hope that we will be able to be there for the next meeting. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I would like to wish you a successful meeting.
Thank you very much for your comments, Slovakia. And now I would like to invite Nigeria. Over to you, Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for giving Nigeria the opportunity to participate in this very important meeting. And also for the first time, let me join everybody here on behalf of the government and the people of Nigeria to congratulate you on your election and the manner you've been conducting the activities of ICH. I also appreciate the work of the Secretariat. I also look forward to activities that will involve Nigeria in terms of integrating the ICT into the curriculum and also in the educational system so that we join the whole world in protecting the ICH. As you are aware, Nigeria is a multicultural society and is readily available and will continue to contribute to the work of the ICT towards the protection of the cultural and natural objects. I thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish you all the best, and we'll look forward to working more closely with you. We miss coming to Sri Lanka, but I think we are already in Sri Lanka now. We are so excited with the opening ceremony. It's a beautiful dance, similar to that of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nigeria, for that comments. Unfortunately, you all can't, but in the future, maybe we all are open. We can meet in Sri Lanka. Now, I would like to open the floor to Jordan. Over to you, Jordan.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like firstly to congratulate you for the presidentship of the session, and I would like also to express my deepest thanks for the Secretary for its huge work and its detailed report. In fact, we are convening here today here to emphasize on the role of ICH for building peace in the society by bringing together the people of the different cultures, faiths, and ethnicities, and by establishing an environment of mutual understanding, respect, and sharing. We should, as world community, to invest it to realize the goal 16 of the 2030 Agenda of the Sustainable Development of the UN, which focuses on the promotion and of peaceful and inclusive societies for all. We have a huge burden, but pleasant burden, by emphasizing on the inclusion of individuals and groups in the development and peace-building process. The promotion of various ICH elements of different groups, especially the marginalized one, and sharing of those elements among all the groups of the society are the main thrust of this inclusiveness. We are, Jordan, including the electoral group 5B, was part of the different activities conducted by the Secretary, especially the training related to periodic reporting and also intangible cultural heritage within the framework of education. We are very pleased to continue cooperation with the UNESCO Secretary and also with other groups, not only in the electoral group 5B, but also with different countries in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments, Jordan. Now, I think I would like to invite Palestine. Over to you, Palestine.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I would like, first of all, to congratulate you for your chairmanship, wise chairmanship, and I would like to thank Sri Lanka and you, Mr. Chair, for the nice opening ceremony. Unfortunately, we were not able to be in Colombo in Presencia, but I hope that it will be in the near future for another event. So I would like to thank also the Secretariat for its clear report and for their efforts, of course. And I would like to also thank the members of the committee who covered almost all the important issues. Nevertheless, since Palestine is very committed to this convention and is very interested in this convention, we are making our utmost efforts in order to put in conformity our national legislation, and thanks also to UNESCO Ramallah office, who is also contributing in this endeavor. Mr. Chair, I would like just to insist again on a few issues that has been raised by committee members. I think the reflection on the listing mechanism is a very important issue, as it has been mentioned, and we think the Secretariat is conducting this reflection very smoothly and very correctly, and we would like to see the outcomes as soon as possible. The other issue that is on the table since a while, it is the question of harmonization, which is one of the recommendations of the governance working group. Nevertheless, I think that at this stage, despite all the difficulties due to the pandemic, and you know how much it is difficult for us to conduct such huge events, this committee is one of the most important committees of UNESCO, but nevertheless, let me congratulate the Secretariat for their success in convening and organizing the committee online. It is very efficient, and we have really the possibility to express our ideas and to listen to other. So the exchange is there, and we look forward to continue our work under your able leadership, Mr. Chair. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Palestine. And up to now, there are 15 committee member countries had given their opinion and comments, and 7 state parties. So altogether, up to now, 22 countries had participated. It's a very, very happy note. And with that note, I would like to invite again Cameroon. Please, over to you, Cameroon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci, Monsieur le Président, de me passer la parole, étant donné que c'est la première fois que mon pays prend la parole. La délégation du Cameroun voudrait vous remercier pour votre élection comme président de ce comité de la 16e session et vous féliciter pour la manière avec laquelle vous conduisez les travaux depuis le début, voire même avant avec les réunions préparatoires qui ont conduit véritablement à la tenue de cette session. Cette session qui se tient dans un contexte particulièrement difficile du fait de la résurgence de la pandémie avec le nouveau variant. La délégation du Cameroun tient à vous remercier, Monsieur le Président, pour cette décision qui prouve ô combien le PCI est important et qu'il contribue véritablement à la construction des valeurs de résilience que doivent porter toutes les communautés pour garantir la sauvegarde du PCI. Nous voulons aussi souligner, comme l'ont dit des éminents délégués avant nous, regretter de n'avoir pas pu effectuer le voyage pour Colombo, mais nous avons partagé avec enthousiasme la cérémonie d'ouverture qui nous a permis de comprendre combien humainement nous pouvons saluer les rituels de lampes, de feu que nous avons pu observer au moment de l'ouverture. Monsieur le Président, nous voulons saisir cette occasion pour remercier l'UNESCO, Madame la Directrice Générale, le sous-directeur culture, Monsieur Otoné, pour tout le leadership et l'engagement soutenu qu'il montre toujours pour faire connaître la Convention. Nous remercions également le secrétariat de la Convention pour toute sa disponibilité avec toute son équipe, ses conseils et notamment les activités qui sont menées qui permettent d'approfondir chaque jour les différents domaines de réflexion, de recherche complémentaires qui nous permettent de comprendre que le PCI n'est pas un seul point, mais c'est véritablement une situation globale qui concerne la vie et donc l'humanité. Nous voulons saluer tout ce travail qui est fait par le secrétariat de la Convention. Nous voulons ici souligner que la dimension qui concerne le renforcement des capacités nous intéresse particulièrement en ce qui concerne le Cameroun pour nous doter des outils nécessaires pour pouvoir garantir l'avenir du PCI de manière générale. Monsieur le Président, nous voulons encore vous dire merci pour le travail que vous faites. Merci encore. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Cameron. And also I would like to greatly appreciate the participation of today's session. 25 countries had participated, and it's greatly appreciated. And not only that, the comments given about our country, Sri Lanka, is also commended, and I'm very happy about that. And I must thank all of you all for all these comments and encouragements. And now I would like to ask the Secretary, Mr. Curtis, over to you. And also, according to the agenda, we have to get this decision. But I think now the time is 1:15 p.m. in Paris time, according to the timetable and according to that, we have to get a pause, right? According to our agenda and timetable, we will now pause for 1 hour. But before that, I would like to ask Tim Curtis to give your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Just a couple of housekeeping notes. Just to remind you that the length of the break is 1 hour, meaning from 1:15 p.m. to 2:15 p.m. Paris time. And during this break, participants are kindly requested to stay connected, but please do turn off your cameras and microphones. I also wanted to mention that following today's session, there will be a press conference taking place from 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. with your chairperson, as well as the Assistant Director General for Culture and myself. This event is reserved to journalists, and if you require access but have not yet confirmed your attendance, we ask you that you email Mr. Thomas Mallard at tmallard@unesco.org. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Tim Curtis, the Secretary. Thank you, and I wish you all the pleasant break. Please be back in 1 hour. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you.
Hallo.
Welcome back again, dear delegates, dear participants. And in the morning session, so many countries participated, and it was a great pleasure for us, and we appreciate all your comments. And now, let us move immediately after the lunch, let us move now to the decision. So please refer to document 5B and its draft decision in paragraph 42. Can you see it on screen? Yes. Okay. Yes, I think, may I ask the committee to adopt draft decision 16-5B as shown on the screens. Yeah, let us proceed paragraph by paragraph. Paragraph 1. Citing the document we have examined, no objection. Yes, no objection, right? No objection. Presume adopted. Yeah, and paragraph 2. Let me go to paragraph 2. Yeah, I think you can see on screen, takes note of the far-reaching impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, welcomes the recommendations contained in the UNESCO report, Living Heritage, in the face of COVID-19, and encourages their implementation. Yes, let me see. Yeah, I see no objections. Adopted. Paragraph 3, commending the Secretariat for its work in the context of the global health crisis. Are there any objections? No. Adopted. Paragraph 4, highlighting the achievements made in global capacity building program while welcoming its ongoing reorientation for multimodal delivery approaches. Do I see any objections? No objections. Adopted. Paragraph 5, appreciating the progress made in the implementation of the funding priority, safeguarding and transmission of intangible cultural heritage through formal and non-formal education. Can we adopt it? Yes, adopted. Paragraph 6, commending the Secretariat for initiating and continuing thematic initiatives and inviting the Secretariat to pursue its efforts. Yes, I believe there is no objection, therefore it is adopted. Paragraph 6, commenting the same thing, right? Yeah. Paragraph 7, requesting that the Secretariat prepares information on its main activities with cost implications and workload-related issues for examination by the 17th session of the committee. Do I see any hand raised? No. Adopted. And we, of course, take note of the information contained in the two annexes, although they do not require any formal adoption on our part. We have now adopted each of the paragraph and we need to adopt the decision as a whole. Seeing no objections, I therefore declare, yeah, I see, we have a hand. Yeah, Azerbaijan. Over to you, Azerbaijan. Please go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Do you hear me? Hello.
Hello. Go ahead, please. Go ahead, please.
Yes, we are very sorry that we missed this point. We had a slight amendment to the paragraph 6. If possible, can we go back to it, or it's late? In our previous statement, our ambassador said that we will have a slight amendment to that paragraph.
Okay, yes, go ahead.
On paragraph 6, we'll just, after climate change, we wanted to add the word emergencies, if it's possible. Because this issue also has been stated in Secretariat's report, and our ambassador also mentioned this issue, that this is also important.
Yes, I will ask the Secretariat.
Yes, climate change, comma, emergencies, comma, commercialization.
Okay, okay, that's okay, fine. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. Perfect. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Azerbaijan. Thank you very much. And therefore, now, I think, yes, we're going to adopt now number 7. Yeah, now again, because of the amendment, I would like to amend 6 again, okay? Now, therefore, I adopt number 6. Now, paragraph 7, coming to paragraph 7. Yeah, I think the oral decision, now we are going to the oral decisions, okay? Examination by the 7th decision, yeah, we have adopted, and we of course take note of the information contained in the 2 annexes, although they do not require any formal adoption on our part. We have now adopted each of the paragraphs and we need to adopt the decision as a whole. Seeing no objections, now, I therefore declare decision 16(5)(b) adopted. Yeah, now let me, paragraph XX, country. Yeah, paragraph, what is the paragraph? Yeah, I think that's finished now. Now that's over. Now let me go to the next item. That is item 6. Item 6. Let me, yeah. We now move on to item 6. Modification of the name of an inscribed element. That's the item 6. It's a modification process. So Ms. Oinata from our Secretariat, she's ready to explain all about that, and the floor is yours to introduce this point, Oinata.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Ce point concerne la modification du nom de l'élément Eshuva, prier chanter en Harakumbu des Huachipaire du Pérou, inscrit en 2011 sur la liste de sauvegarde urgente. Le ministère de la Culture du Pérou a informé le secrétariat le 25 juillet cette année de son souhait de modifier le nom de l'élément pour le remplacer par Eshua, prier et chanter en Harakuru des Huachiperi du Pérou. Selon l'État partie, la demande a été formulée par les communautés concernées suite à la publication en 2018 d'un dictionnaire Wachiperi qui a établi l'orthographe de la langue Wachiperi. Les communautés ont alors exprimé unanimement le souhait de remplacer le nom de l'élément avec l'orthographe correcte. Monsieur le Président, en outre, le souhait de modifier le nom de l'élément a également été notifié par le Pérou dans le cadre de son deuxième rapport périodique sur l'état de l'élément, que le comité va examiner sur le prochain point de l'ordre du jour. La demande du Pérou a été reçue dans le délai imparti de 3 mois avant cette session du comité. Ainsi, cette demande elle est en conformité avec le paragraphe 41 des directives opérationnelles. La même procédure a déjà été appliquée 2 fois, la première fois en 2015 sur un élément pratiqué au Guatemala et la seconde fois en 2019 pour une bonne pratique de sauvegarde de la Suède. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you so much, Fumiko. And I think this is an administrative matter that does not really require debate. Does anyone still want to speak? No, I don't see anyone. So let's go straight to the decision. Yeah. I invite you to refer to document 6 and its draft decision in paragraph 4. Can you see it on the screen? Yes, it is on, you can see on the screen. That is 16.com/6. Okay. So may I ask the committee to adopt draft decision 16.com/6 as it appears on the screen? Yeah, I don't see any objections. I therefore declare decision 16.com/6 adopted. Yeah, now I wonder if Peru wishes to speak. Peru, over to you, Peru.
Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry. We sent a video for a better, I don't know if we can see it.
Yes, you can go ahead.
Please, thank you.
Nuestra expresión cultural, los cantos Osuwa, han sido declarados como Patrimonio Cultural de la Nación por el Ministerio de Cultura y Patrimonio Cultural de la Humanidad en urgencia de salvaguarda por la UNESCO. Luego de dicha declaratoria, hemos elaborado nuestro diccionario Wachiperi. En dicho proceso, los sabios y líderes han identificado palabras mal escritas, razón por la cual hemos solicitado a la UNESCO, a través del Ministerio de Cultura, la rectificación de algunas palabras, como son Esuba, lo correcto es Esuwa; Huachipaire, lo correcto es Huachiperi; Harambut, lo correcto es Harakbut.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Chairperson, as we take the floor for the first time, we want to congratulate you for your leadership in conducting this session. As well, we'd like to thank the Secretariat for carrying out this meeting despite the current context due to the pandemic. Also, we are grateful for the inclusion of this item on the agenda because it's really important for us as a country. This is an example of the incredible work of the bearers for the safeguarding of the element. And Ms. Ana Darikeve said the community developed a dictionary of the Wachiperi people language with the participation of wise men and women. Through this request, the community show how important language is for the transmission of the ICH and encourage us to work together for the safeguarding. Also, we want to say this is a hard work of more than 10 years between the community and the Ministry of Culture, especially the Centralized Directorate of Culture of Cusco. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think now the time to move on to item 7A. Examination of the reports by states parties on the current status of elements inscribed on the list of intangible cultural heritage in need of urgent safeguarding. Yes, let us now examine. I can see that this year the committee has 18 reports to examine in total. May I ask Mr. Curtis to explain how we may proceed with the examination of this item? Over to you, Mr. Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Just to inform that we would like to propose that this item be presented along the three main topics related to the safeguarding of the elements, and namely the effectiveness of the safeguarding plan, community participation towards the implementation of that safeguarding plan and in the preparation of the report, as well as the viability and risks associated with the element. Following the overall presentation, the floor will be open for a general debate. The committee will then move towards adopting individual decisions for each report as a whole and without debate unless otherwise requested by a committee member. All the draft decisions presented for the 18 reports follow a similar structure, a few standard paragraphs as well as specific ones to appreciate the safeguarding efforts that have been undertaken by the state to address the needs and encourage future safeguarding actions for each inscribed element. The last paragraph is always about the next submission deadline. Mr. Chair, if you agree, once all the individual decisions are adopted, the committee could then adopt the chapeau draft decision paragraph by paragraph. And before ending this item, submitting states might be invited to share their experiences in safeguarding these inscribed elements. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis, for proposing to us this methodology. Committee members, do you have any objections or comments, committee members, please? Yeah, I see none. Yeah. So therefore, if there are no objections from the committee, I would kindly ask Mr. Curtis to present this item to us. Please, over to you, Mr. Curtis.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairperson. So this year, as was mentioned by your chairperson, the committee has to examine 18 reports submitted by 10 states on the status of elements inscribed on the urgent safeguarding list. The table in paragraph 7 of the working document LHE/21/16.com/7 shows the list of these reports, which include 6 first reports on elements that were inscribed between 2015 and 2016, and 12 second reports on elements that were inscribed between 2009 and 2012. Mr. Chairperson, with your permission for further information on these reports, I would like to invite my colleague, Fumiko Hinata, to provide a comprehensive presentation.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Tim. It is my pleasure to go through the key points raised in the 18 reports along the three topics mentioned. So the first topic concerns effectiveness of the safeguarding plans. In this cycle, we see that education continues to play an increasing role in achieving the safeguarding objectives for the elements. While there is an overall shift in the transmission within families to relevant bodies like training centers, the integration of the elements in various levels and forms of education is considered essential. In certain cases, the learning and use of local languages was key for transmitting the heritage of ethnic minorities and indigenous peoples. The development of economic activities in the context of safeguarding crafts and performing arts was also given special importance. While positively affecting the livelihoods of local communities and generated public interest, such economic activities gradually changed some of the traditional practices. At the same time, concerns about the potential risk of over-commercialization and decontextualization were also raised for certain elements. Given the current context of the ongoing pandemic, it is perhaps not surprising that many of the reports under this cycle mention the impact of the pandemic. On the one hand, a number of challenges were encountered in practicing living heritage, and some of the expected safeguarding results were not achieved. On the other hand, the use of online modalities was reported to have raised positive effects for safeguarding. For example, certain elements benefited from lively interaction among generations, continued transmission through distance learning, and increased audience to online events of living heritage. In addition, 3 elements in this cycle reported on the positive impact of international assistance from the Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund with reference to the pandemic. The second topic relates to community participation. Several reports showed communities were actively involved in safeguarding through the sharing and transmission of knowledge and skills, and undertaking documentation, research, and archiving activities. However, in some cases, an active engagement of communities in updating the safeguarding plan and preparing the report was not fully illustrated. The involvement of communities throughout all stages of safeguarding is of primary importance, and states are encouraged to provide clear evidence of their involvement in the report. What is interesting is the changing balance of male and female practitioners. For example, we could see the increased participation of women in some traditionally male-dominated practices and vice versa. I go on under the third topic, which is about viability and current risks. The reports of this cycle witness an overall increase in the viability of elements and in the number of their practitioners. This was mainly due to the active development of spaces and infrastructures for the practice and transmission of elements, as well as an increased scope of practice of elements and enlarged communities in certain cases. At the same time, intergenerational transmission remains to be a dominant concern for most of the elements. The old age of practitioners, a lack of interest among youth, and the lack of awareness raising through education were some of the main risks identified. A wide range of social, economic, and ecological aspects was also reported to negatively impact the viability of elements. These include changing lifestyles due to urbanization and migration, the declining use of the language of the communities, economic concerns to secure livelihoods for practitioners, and climate change and natural disasters. Before ending my part, I wish to highlight that many of the reports concerned by this cycle are second reports. This means those elements already benefited from the recommendations of the committee on their first report. In other words, it is important to submit reports in time to keep it up in the rhythm of the cycles. Once the reports are late, they are out of sync with the reporting cycles. Concretely, there are few elements for which the reports presented at this session were submitted late, which means their next reports for these elements will not benefit from the advice of this session of the committee because their reports are already due this year by 15 December 2021. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Fumiko. Now, I would like to open the floor. Does any committee member wish to take the floor at this stage before the examination of the individual reports and corresponding draft decisions? Yes, I can see one hand raising. Shakshya, yes, over to you, Shakshya. Please go ahead.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous remercions le secrétariat d'avoir préparé ce document utile et en particulier tous les pays soumissionnaires d'avoir rendu compte de l'état des éléments et des mesures de sauvegarde en cours, même dans des conditions difficiles de la crise sanitaire. Du point de vue de notre délégation, le système de rapport pour les éléments inscrits sur la liste du PCI nécessitant une sauvegarde urgente est essentiel car il informe de l'évolution du statut de l'élément, de l'efficacité du plan de sauvegarde, de l'implication de la communauté dans sauvegarde et des risques actuels auxquels l'élément est confronté. L'efficacité des plans de sauvegarde et l'inspiration qui en résulte pour d'autres éléments est essentielle. Outre l'implication toujours indispensable des communautés des porteurs, les liens avec l'éducation formelle et informelle, ainsi qu'avec les activités des centres culturels et des musées, semblent jouer un rôle croissant dans l'efficacité des plans de sauvegarde, ce dont nous nous réjouissons. Nous sommes intéressés par l'aspect économique de la préservation du PCI, en particulier de l'artisanat traditionnel, et nous espérons que cette question sera prise en compte dans l'initiative thématique sur le PCI et la commercialisation. Nous apprécions l'augmentation globale de la durabilité des éléments et des possibilités de leur transmission, et en même temps, nous percevons certaines questions qui concernent toutes les régions et tous les mécanismes de la Convention et de la sauvegarde en général, comme la transmission intergénérationnelle ou la durabilité économique. Nous espérons que grâce également au changement proposé au mécanisme d'inscription dans un avenir proche, certains éléments pourront passer de la liste de sauvegarde urgente à la liste représentative, le cas échéant, plus facilement. Bien que la plupart des rapports aient été soumis au cours de ce cycle, nous souhaitons réitérer nos préoccupations des années précédentes et encourager tous les États parties concernés à soumettre les rapports sur l'état de sauvegarde en temps voulu pour pouvoir bénéficier des recommandations de notre comité et, si possible, avant de décider de soumettre de nouvelles candidatures au mécanisme de la Convention. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Shakshya, for your comments. Yes. Then we can move forward, right? Yes. So, we don't see any other hands. Okay, I see none. So let us now move to the draft decision for the individual reports, beginning with the 6 first reports, followed by the 12 second reports. We will start with adoption of decision 16.com 7.1a concerning the first report submitted by Cambodia on Chapei Dang Wang. Yeah, unless you wish to propose amendments to this draft decision, may I suggest that we adopt it as a whole? Yes. Yeah, seeing no objections, I therefore declare decision 16.com 7.1a adopted. Yeah, shall we now move on to adopting decision 16.com 7.a.2 concerning the first report submitted by North Macedonia on Glasgow Cheko, male 2-part singing in Dolly Polog. Yes. Can we adopt this draft decision as a whole? Do you agree?
No, they can't during a committee. During the decision, they have to wait till after the decision because they're not committee members.
Yep. Okay. Right. Since there are no committee members raising their hands, I see no objections. So I therefore declare decision 16.com 7.a.2 adopted as it appears on the screens. Yes. Yeah, I think Macedonia, North Macedonia, please, over to you, North Macedonia.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I think we will allow you later, right? Yes, please. So I will move forward. Now, yes, let us now move on to the adoption of decision 16.com 7.83 concerning the first report submitted by Portugal on manufacture of cowbells. Manufacture of cowbells. Yes. You can see the draft decision. Yes. Shall we adopt this draft decision as a whole? Yeah, seeing no objections, I therefore declare decision 16.com 7.a.3 adopted as it appears on the screens. I adopt it. Now, we are now moving on to decision 16.com 7A4 concerning another first report submitted by Portugal on Bichale's black pottery manufacturing process. Yes, you can see on the screen. So, can we adopt this draft decision as a whole? Do you agree? Yes, I see no objections. I therefore declare decision 16.com 7A4 adopted as it appears on the screens. Now next is the draft decision 16.com 7A5 concerning the first report submitted by Uganda on Madibol Layer music and dance by Uganda. Yes. Unless you wish to propose amendments to this draft decision, may I suggest that we adopt it as a whole? Yeah, seeing no objections, I therefore declare decision 16.com 7A5 adopted as it appears on the screen. Yes, I adopt it. Now let us now move on to adopting decision 16.com 7A6 concerning the first report submitted by Ukraine on Cossack songs of Dnipropetrovsk region. Can we adopt this draft decision as a whole? Do you agree? Yeah, I think one hand. I can see one hand.
Ukraine is not a committee member. Please, we will give them the floor later.
Yeah, since Ukraine is not a committee member, please, we will give you a later opportunity. So thank you for coming forward. Anyway, I see no objection from the committee members. I therefore declare decision 16.com 7A6 adopted as it appears on the screens. Yeah. Now we shall now move on to draft decisions concerning second reports. Let us start with decision 16.com 7A7 as shown in the screen, on the screen concerning. Yes, the second report submitted by Botswana on earthenware pottery, making skills in Botswana's Kegeltelung district. Kegeltelung district. Sorry for the pronunciation. Anyway, it is Kegeltelung district. Okay. Yes, unless you wish to propose amendments to this draft decision, may I suggest that we adopt it as a whole? Yes. Seeing no objections, I therefore declare decision 16, Com 7A7 adopted as it appears on the screens. Yes, I adopted it. Now let us now move on to the second report submitted by China. The first one concerns decision 16, Com 7.A8 on the element. Traditional design and practices for building Chinese wooden arch bridges. Yeah, wooden arch bridges. Yeah, you can see the draft decision on screen. Yes. Can we adopt this draft decision as a whole? Do you agree? Yes, I see no objections. So I therefore declare decision 16, Com 7.A8 adopted as it appears on the screens. That's the Chinese one. Now we'll now move to draft decision 16.Com 7A9 concerning the second report submitted by China on traditionally textile techniques, spinning, dyeing, weaving, and embroidering. Wonderful. Yes. Yes. Shall we adopt it as a whole? Yeah, I see no objections. Yes. I therefore declare decision 16, Com 7.A9 adopted as it appears on the screens. I adopt it. Now let us now move to the draft decision of decision 16.Com 7.A10 concerning the second reports. Yeah? This one. Third report. Yeah, this is the third report by China. Concerning this third report submitted by China on Qing New Year Festival. Qing New Year Festival by China. Yes, again, unless you wish to propose amendments to the draft decision, may I suggest that we adopt it as a whole? Yes, I see no objections from anybody. Therefore, I declare decision 16.Com 7.A10 adopted as it appears on the screens. Shall we now move on to adopting decision 16.Com 7.A11 concerning the second report submitted by China on mership. Okay? Mership. Yes, it is on the screen now. Draft decision 7.A11. Yeah, can we adopt this draft decision as a whole? Do you agree? Yes, I see no objections again. So I therefore declare decision 16.Com 7.A11 adopted as it appears on the screens. Yes. Now let us now move on to the adoption of decision 16.Com 7.A12 concerning the second report submitted by China on watertight. Yes, watertight bulkhead technology of Chinese junks. Yes. Shall we adopt this draft decision as a whole? You can see 7.8.12. As a whole. Seeing no objections, I therefore declare decision 16.Com 7.A12 adopted as it appears on the screens. Yeah, let me move on to the next. We are now moving on to decision 16.com7.A13 concerning the second report submitted by China on wooden movable type printing of China. Movable type printing of China. Yes. Can we adopt this draft decision as a whole? You can see 7.A.13. So I see no objections. I therefore declare decision 16.com 7.A13 adopted as it appears on the screen. Next is the draft decision 16.com 7.A14 concerning the second report submitted by China on Heisen Jimakun storytelling. Yeah, 7.8.14. We must thank China in giving all these things. Very active. Yes, unless you wish to propose amendments to this draft decision, may I suggest that we adopt it as a whole? Yes. Seeing no objections, I therefore declare decision 16.com 7.A14 adopted as it appears on the screen. Yeah, it's adopted. Let us now move on to the adopting decision 16.com 7.A15 concerning the second report submitted by Indonesia on Noken multifunctional knotted or woven bag handicraft of the people of Papua from Indonesia. 7.A15. Yes, can we adopt this draft decision as a whole? Do you agree, everybody? Yes, I see no objections. So I therefore declare decision 16.com 7.A15 adopted as it appears on the screen. It is adopted. Right. After hammering all these things, we shall now move on to draft decision 16.com 7. 16, as shown on the screen, concerning the second report submitted by Mauritania on Moorish epic Tihedim, Mauritania. So 7:16. You can see on the screen. Yes, I think unless you wish to propose amendments to this draft decision again, may I suggest that we adopt it as a whole? Yes, I adopt it. Seeing no objection, I have done that. Now let us now move on to the adoption of decision 16.com 7.A17 concerning the second report submitted by Peru. We have just approved in item 6 the request to modify the name of this element to Esua Harakbat, sung prayers of Peru's Wichiperi people. Sorry if the pronunciation is gone somewhere else. Sorry about that, but anyway, this is from Peru. So I understand that the possible changes to the name was already reflected in the draft decision. May I ask the Secretariat to first adjust the text so that we may see the draft decision with only the modified name of the element. Yes, now you can see 7.A17. Yes, dear committee members, can you see any? No objections, right? So, dear committee members, okay. We are waiting till the changes are over. Yes, okay. Dear committee members, can we now adopt this draft decision as a whole with the new name of the element? Do you agree? Yes, I see no objections. I therefore declare decision 16, 7.A17 adopted as amended. Now, this is the last draft decision for an individual report. Decision 16, 7A18. Concerning the second report submitted by Uganda on Bigwala, God, trumpet music and dance of the Busoga Kingdom in Uganda. Busoga Kingdom in Uganda. Yes, you can see on the screen 7.A18 from Uganda. So shall we adopt it as a whole? Yes, I see no objections. Seeing no objections, I therefore declare decision 16, 7A18 adopted as it appears on the screen. So, dear colleagues, I think that we are ready to move now to the Chapeo decision of this item. Please refer to the draft decision. Please refer to the draft decision. (16.com7A). Yeah, draft decision, paragraph 20. Can you see it on screen, please? Yes. Yeah, you can see draft decision 16.7.A. May I ask the committee to adopt draft decision 16.com7 paragraph by paragraph again. Paragraph 1. Citing the document we have examined, do I see any objections adopted? Sorry, any objections? No objection. So I adopt it. Paragraph 2. Recalling relevant articles of the Convention and Chapter 5 of the operational directives. Yes, I don't see hand raising, but I can see scratching the head. Some of the delegates. Okay. Anyway, I see no objection, so I adopted. Yeah, paragraph 3, coming to paragraph 3, underlining the importance of reporting as a key monitoring tool to assess the viability of elements at risk. Yes, I see no objections, so I adopted. Paragraph 4, thanking the state parties for submitting their reports and welcoming the enhanced viability of several elements in this reporting cycle. Again, I see no objection, so therefore I adopted. Paragraph 5, taking note that several reports did not provide updated information due to their belated submission and requesting state parties to ensure the timely submissions of reports. That is paragraph 5. Yes, again I see no objections. I adopted. Paragraph 6. Underlining the importance of successive reports respecting the previous recommendations of the committee and further acknowledging that certain elements in this cycle will not be able to benefit from the committee's recommendations due to their belated submission. That is paragraph 6. And I see again no objections, therefore I adopted. Coming back to paragraph 7, encouraging states parties to request international assistance from the Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund for implementing their safeguarding plans. That is paragraph 7. Do you have any objections about paragraph 7? Yeah, no objections. So therefore I adopted. Paragraph 8 reiterates the primary importance of the active engagement of communities throughout all stages of safeguarding. That is paragraph 8. Any objections? No objections. Therefore I adopted. Paragraph 9 takes note of the changing gender roles in certain elements and welcomes the evolving dynamic character of intangible cultural heritage. That is paragraph 9. Again, no objections. So I adopted. Coming back to paragraph 10 now. Notes with concern the persistent difficulty in enhancing intergenerational transmission and invites state parties to raise the awareness and interest of youth. That is paragraph 10. Yes. Again, there is no objections. Therefore, I adopted paragraph 10. Coming back to paragraph 11. Request state parties to ensure that bearers are the primary beneficiaries of economic activities generated through living heritage and encourages them to take heed of the potential risk of over-commercialization and decontextualization of elements. That is paragraph 11. Yes, again, no objections. I adopted. Coming to paragraph 12 now, we shall acknowledge the negative impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the implementation of the safeguarding plans and appreciate at the same time prompt actions and adjustments that were taken in response. That is paragraph 12. Yes, again, no objections. So I adopted. And lastly, paragraph 13. Deciding to submit to the General Assembly at its 9th session the summary of reports examined this year. That is paragraph 13. Yes, again, I see no objections. I adopted. We have adopted each of the paragraphs and now need to adopt the decision as a whole. Seeing no objections, yes, no objections. I therefore declare decision 16.com77.a adopted as it appears on the screens. That is 16.com7.a. So I adopted. So before moving to the next item, I would like to give the floor to states who have submitted their reports now. I understand that a number of reporting states wish to take the floor to share their experience in preparing the reports and implementing their safeguarding plans. So, Mr. Secretary, could you please read out your list, please? Over to you, Tim. To list out the names.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. We have received a number of requests to take the floor from states, and I do take note now that both Indonesia and China are further asking for the floor. But those states that we requested, for whom I've already requested the floor, include North Macedonia for 7A2, Ukraine for 7A6, Botswana for 7A7, Indonesia for 7A15, Mauritania for 7A16, Peru for 7A17, and Mr. Chair, I just see that Indonesia and China have also asked for the floor. Mr. Chair, with your permission, I have the names of some of the representatives who would like to speak. When you give them the floor, I will read their name.
No, I think please go ahead, Tim.
I see from North Macedonia, Ms. Branka Kostic-Markovic, representative of the National Commission for UNESCO, Artistic Director of the National Ensemble for Folk Dances and Songs, Tanek Skopje, sorry. Thank you.
So I would like to thank, I think now the floor is to Macedonia, right? North Macedonia, please, North Macedonia. Over to you, North Macedonia.
Thank you. Respected Mr. Migasfate, respected Secretary, respected committee members, representatives of state parties, organizations, institutions, and all participants at this huge online gathering of UNESCO experts. First, I would like to thank you for the organization of this meeting. Despite all the challenges we are all facing today, the opening ceremony was amazing. After the adoption of the decision for the report on the Glasoechko, male two-part singing from Dolny Polog, inscribed in 2015 on the list of intangible cultural heritage in need of urgent safeguarding, I would like to express my personal gratitude and pass the gratitude of our National Commission for UNESCO, led by our Minister of Culture, Ms. Irena Stefoska. This is a confirmation of our efforts to keep this element alive and the motive to continue with our further actions in the field of preservation of Macedonian intangible cultural heritage. Glasoechko was inscribed on the UNESCO list 6 years ago, and the inscription definitely changed the visibility of its importance for the cultural identity of the Macedonian population as a bearer of this cultural element. However, the Gabrovski trio is still one of the few remaining male traditional singing groups in Dolny Polog actively practice this type of singing. So, despite the implemented measures, we are aware that Glasoechko still faces a number of threats to its sustainability. I want to thank everyone who contributed to report for Glasoechko, Milorad and Miroslav Gabrovski from Trio Gabrovski, and Jovica Blaževski, leader of Put Izvor from the village of Jagunovce. And of course, Institute for Folklore, Marko Cepenkov, for all those coordinated activities and preparation of the report. I strongly believe that our cultural heritage is not only important for us as a small country, but for the entire humanity. In these difficult times, the culture is, on one hand, at least partially marginalized because there are certain common needs. But from the other side, the culture is absolutely essential for the state of human spirit. In fact, it is the human spirit that moves our world forward. Thus, as time passes by, the role of UNESCO will only get bigger and bigger. So we welcome all the recommendations and the support from UNESCO, fully aware that the protection of intangible cultural heritage is our mutual responsibility that can be accomplished through meaningfully improving the system of cultural heritage preservation. All of us, as part of UNESCO, are responsible for raising public awareness for better and more efficient promotion of cultural values. Thank you.
Thank you very much, North Macedonia. Now, I would like to invite Ukraine, Ms. Katriana Cheva, Deputy Minister of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine. Over to you, Katriana.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, dear members, the state parties and participants. Thank you very much. On behalf of Ukraine and especially on behalf of our communities, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for supporting and trusting our actions to protect the intangible cultural heritage element, Cossack songs of Dnipropetrovsk region. Submitting the nomination, we realized that there is hard work that requires a lot of effort for the element continues to live and develops. The inclusion of Cossack songs of Dnipropetrovsk region in the list of intangible cultural heritage in need of urgent safeguarding motivated the communities of Dnipropetrovsk region and organizations which are more or less connected the element to take active actions to protect it because it felt their responsibility. Communities that practice this element consist of people of respectable age, but inclusion this element to the UNESCO list seems to have revived of their spirit, which has allowed them to actively involve young and middle-aged people of different genders and backgrounds in practice of the element and transferring the knowledge and skills. The social role of this intangible cultural heritage element is extremely important to Ukraine and Ukrainian communities today, as the main content of songs speaks of the importance of freedom, peace, and social harmony and other values. So let me thank once again for your high trust on behalf of bearers of the element, for whom your assessment is a reward for their efforts. And on behalf of Ukraine, which will continue to actively promote the protection of Kazakh songs and all other elements of national intangible cultural heritage. Thank you one more time. Yes, yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ukraine. Now next, I would like to invite Botswana. Over to you, Botswana.
Thank you, Chairperson, for giving me the floor to comment on the second periodic report for earthenware pottery making skills for Botswana's Gauteng district. And your pronunciation was quite good, Mr. Chairman. Botswana wishes to express its appreciation for the efforts of the committee conducting the assessment of the periodic reports from the state parties. Botswana submitted her first periodic report for the earthenware pottery making skills for the Gauteng district in 2016, which was examined in 2017. The comments that were made by the committee in 2017 contributed to improving the current submission. Despite the challenges posed by COVID-19, the district Intangible Cultural Heritage Committee appointed a task team in 2020 to undertake a data collection exercise to ensure the widest possible participation by all stakeholders. Although the exercise was delayed by the strict COVID-19 protocols in place at that time, the process was completed successfully and Botswana submitted its report on time. Botswana welcomes the decision of the committee with regard to the second periodic report. We have taken note of the comments made by the committee and would like to assure members that efforts to integrate the element into educational curricula has already started. As I mentioned in my statement earlier this morning, the pandemic is slightly at the beginning of the year, and this enabled some activities to take place. In this regard, 2 workshops were held in which master potters and young apprentices trained primary and secondary school students and their teachers in pottery making. Both students and teachers expressed appreciation for the skills they gained. Botswana commits to continue its efforts in providing training opportunities for the youth, identify soil resources needed for the continuity of the element, empowering the practitioners through the establishment of a national network of earthenware potters, as well as to ensure that the practitioners are the primary beneficiaries of the economic activities resulting from their living heritage. We wish to once again appreciate the financial support that was granted in 2016 for the implementation of the safeguarding plan for the earthenware pottery making skills. I thank you once again, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Botswana again. And let me go to Indonesia. I invite Indonesia. Please, over to you, Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would like to thank the Secretariat for organizing the meeting and also the meeting arrangement in such difficult times, as well as the committee members and the evaluation body for their support. On behalf of the bearer of Noken culture, we thanks and welcome the committee recommendations. And we would like, from the government of Indonesia, together with the committee and the community respected, is highly committed in safeguarding Noken as World Intangible Cultural Heritage. We continue multi-stakeholder engagement throughout the safeguarding effort, through, among the others, by first, fostering the availability of raw material for production of Noken. Second, by enhancing the capacity, the skill, knowledge, and creativity of Noken craftswomen through workshop and training. And third, by promoting more awareness and interest of wider community, especially the youth, to ensure the transmission of Noken tradition to the next generations. And fourth, updating the teaching materials about Noken and increasing dissemination of information activities about the outstanding values of Noken through exhibition, discussion, publication materials, documentary film, etc. This effort were also evidenced during latest 20th National Sport Week held in Papua last October 2021. Noken was presented as official merchandise at the biggest sport event in Indonesia. The bearers, as well as the craftswomen of Noken, have received widespread appreciation from various regions of Indonesia. Given the nature of intangible cultural heritage, which continue to evolve and has potential to change, the governments will ensure that creativity and innovation on Noken tradition, as well as participation of relevant stakeholders, will remain in the accordance with the spirit of 2003 Convention. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. That is from our Indonesia. Now Mauritania. Over to you, Mauritania.
Bonjour.
Yes, go ahead, Mauritania. Over to you.
Monsieur le Président, la Mauritanie exprime ses remerciements au Comité intergouvernemental de sauvegarde du patrimoine culturel immatériel et accueille avec satisfaction la décision 16.com.7.a.16 relative qui vient d'être adoptée relative à l'examen du deuxième rapport soumis par la Mauritanie sur l'état de l'élément l'épopée morte Haydn. Le Haydn est une forme poétique et musicale très particulière qui remonte au XVIIe siècle. Il est composé par des griots qui sont des musiciens, poètes et même des négociateurs respectés en cas de conflit dans la société morte. L'inscription de cet élément en 2011 sur la liste du patrimoine immatériel nécessitant une sauvegarde urgente a contribué à une prise de conscience de l'importance de Haydn en tant que patrimoine culturel national. Lors de son allocution devant la 41e conférence générale de l'UNESCO, son Excellence, Monsieur le ministre de la Culture, a mis en exergue l'importance du patrimoine culturel national et a souligné que la Mauritanie a entamé une stratégie inclusive de valorisation et de sauvegarde de son patrimoine culturel en parfaite coopération avec les différents acteurs œuvrant dans ce domaine. Les actions réalisées et détaillées dans le rapport ont été entreprises en étroite collaboration avec les associations et divers groupes de détenteurs en vue d'assurer la continuité et la mise en valeur de cet élément. Grâce à ces efforts, le Haydn se redynamise et s'adopte progressivement au niveau du mode de vie urbain. La Mauritanie est consciente que la sauvegarde de cet élément constitue un processus permanent qui nécessite la participation de tous les acteurs afin de protéger l'élément de l'extinction. En tant que patrimoine culturel immatériel, l'épopée Thédine a été bel et bien présente à la 10e édition du Festival des cités du patrimoine à Ouadane qui vient de s'ouvrir avec la participation de plusieurs experts en patrimoine mondial. Monsieur le Président, la Mauritanie prend note des recommandations citées dans la décision 7.1.16 et s'engage à poursuivre ses efforts de sauvegarde de cet élément en collaboration avec l'UNESCO et les communautés détentrices de ces biens. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mauritania. And now I go to Peru. Over to you, Peru.
Mi nombre es Ana Isabel Dariqueve Laura. Soy natural de la comunidad nativa de Iqueros Huachiperi, del distrito de Cojnipata, provincia de Pogatambo, departamento Cusco. Nosotros como Huachiperi poseemos muchas expresiones culturales, materiales e inmateriales, como la piedra sagrada del Jinquiori, medicina tradicional, los sitios y lugares sagrados. También tenemos la artesanía, gastronomía, los mitos, conocimientos y saberes que hemos heredado por nuestros ancestros, quedando todo ello en el valle del distrito de Cojnipata. Como los sabios y líderes y directivos comunales, Huachiperi, en coordinación con el Ministerio de Cultura, Cusco, hemos realizado muchas acciones para la salvaguarda de los cantos sesúa y la revitalización cultural y lingüística Huachiperi, como son la elaboración del calendario sociocultural Huachiperi, el diccionario Huachiperi Orojaate Mandoya Huachiperi, la grabación de los cantos sesúa, la elaboración de videos documentales Huachiperi, la construcción de las casas de la memoria Huachiperi y la transmisión de saberes ancestrales de los sabios ancianos a niños y niñas Huachiperi. Y finalmente la creación del Consejo Indígena Huachiperi Coinhua. Muchas gracias.
Yes, thank you very much, Peru. Now next to China. Please, over to you, China.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to thank you and all the committee members for your positive evaluation of all the reports submitted by China, which is very encouraging to us. We highly recognize the periodic reporting as one of the important mechanisms under the framework of the 2003 Convention, which allows us to collect information on the current viability and progress of the implementation of the safeguarding plans of all the elements, as well as having assessment on the effectiveness of the safeguarding plans measures. And through the process of the reporting, we have enhanced the consensus and cohesion among all the multiple actors, which is with the communities at the center. We fully appreciate the practical recommendations proposed in the decisions by the committee. And China is committed, as always, to the safeguarding of all the elements, with full respect to the willingness of the communities, groups, and individuals concerned. We will forward these decisions and recommendations to the communities, groups, and individuals concerned, so that the safeguarding plans will be updated timely and further efforts will be made to enhance the viabilities of all these elements inscribed on the urgent safeguarding lists. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much, China. And now I go to Portugal. I invite Portugal. Over to you, Portugal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very briefly, just to express our appreciation to the Secretariat for thoroughly assessing and for the observations, pertinent observations made, both general and those specific to the two elements from Portugal. We also would like to thank the committee for the decisions taken that will be followed up carefully by the public entities concerned and the communities involved in those two elements. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. I think, I would like to thank you all for keenly sharing your rich and inspiring experiences with us. So, dear members of the committee, we have now completed the examination of item 7A. So, therefore, I adopt it. And also, I feel, dear members, ladies and gentlemen, now the time here in Paris is 15:35. I think you all are tired. So therefore, I take a decision to take a 10-minute break only 10 minutes. So we will be here at 15:45. Now it is 15:35. So we'll take a 10-minute break for all of us to relax. Thank you very much.
Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka. In the present world, is a country enriched with natural beauty and cultural diversity, spanning more than 2,500 years. For Ptolemy, it was Taprobane who identified number of key locations in his map, including Sripada or Adam's Peak. Undoubtedly, it's the holiest mountain in the island, venerated by people of all faiths according to their beliefs. Buddhist pilgrims climbing the mountain sing Tunsarane, or the devotional recitations, respectfully greeting and blessing one another. Rituals and beliefs related to this religious travel are many, which represent our intangible cultural heritage. Sri Lanka is well known for the architectural masterpieces, mainly in Anuradhapura, our first ever kingdom, and Polonnaruwa. The creativity and craftsmanship of Sri Lankans are evident in every archaeological site. The majestic Sigiriya, the rock fortress with its garden, the mirror wall, the frescoes indicate the uniqueness of our culture. However, the richness of intangible cultural heritage of Sri Lanka is yet to be known by the world. We invite you to feel the pulse of a nation well preserved in its intangible cultural heritage. Asala Perahara, the world-famous pageant of Kandy, the last kingdom of Sri Lanka, symbolizes the uniqueness of Kandyan culture. Rituals of the temple of Tooth-Relling and also the Perahara are unique evidence of ICH Sri Lanka. The main Kandyan dance form, Ves, itself has age-old customs preserved by the traditional veteran teachers. Ceremonial placing of the headgear, known as Vestattva, for trained young dancers happen on an auspicious date and time. However, the ritualistic performance, Kuhumbaya Kankarya, is known as the event where every Kandyan dancer and drummer show their excellence in performance. Prior to the performance, at the specially created arena, many rituals are being done by the masters of the ceremony. The guardian deities are invited, while many other related demons are satisfied with offerings. The overnight dance festival is undoubtedly a must-see ICH event in Sri Lanka. The sound of the drums and rhythm of the dance changes in the southern province of Sri Lanka. Devalmadu, a dance ceremony in the low country, has its own guardian deities. Goddess Pattini is also characterized by a male veteran dancer. The event, which involves blessings on villagers and for the country, is once again the place for the young and talented trained dancers to show their skills. Many school children throughout the island take pride in participating and becoming a worthy member protecting the ICH of Sri Lanka for tomorrow. Many dramatic performances can be seen in various kinds of low-country dance ceremonies. The use of masks representing different kinds of deities, demons, and characters add variety, surprise, and laughter for the event. The age-old practices of Sri Lanka to cure and bless people using the power of the dance are still practiced island-wide. Sabaragamu province is the home of Sabaragamu dance form, for which god Saman is considered as a guardian deity. The unique style of dance, accompanied by the soft sounds and rhythms, has its own roots to our intangible cultural heritage. Sri Lanka, the home of Theravada Buddhism, has many roots to its intangible cultural heritage. Chanting of Pirit or sutras overnight in residences or temples is a common practice even today. Pirit Mandapaya, the octagonal temporary structure created by the skillful villagers, is a symbol of traditional Sri Lankan Gok art. The mandapa, designed entirely with natural leaves, is also decorated using selected leaves for the chanting of Pirit or the protective recitation. The water which will be blessed throughout the night is also taken from a newly dug well. The water is brought to the event with respect, and many rituals follow prior to the Pirit chanting ceremony. In this multi-religious society, the harmony between people is quite evident in Katharagama, the home of god Skanda. Buddhists and Hindus, or Sinhalese and Tamils, pay homage to god Katharagama in a single simple shrine. Once again, the rituals unique to the shrine of Katharagama represent the ICH of Sri Lanka. The rhythmic dance form Kavadi is a common sight in many festivals and pageants. It can even be seen at the Kandy Asala Perahara. Even though the dance was limited to males in the past, thousands of talented female dancers joined the new generation of dancers in Sri Lanka, safeguarding our intangible cultural heritage for the future. Once again, the ceremony to introduce a trained dancer to the world happens on an auspicious date with many related rituals. 100 girls from a single high school in Ratnapura presented a colorful Pine Path ceremony, or the initiation ceremony. After taking part in many rituals, the placing of the headgear was done at the Sabaragamu Devalaya, the shrine of god Sumana Sama. Some may not continue to be dancers after their marriage, but they will be bonded for life, not only to live happily ever after, but to give birth to a generation of people respecting and protecting our heritage of Sri Lanka. Undoubtedly, the intangible cultural heritage of Sri Lanka has always brought people together. The harmony between all races can be seen in all the major festivals, most importantly, the Sinhala Tamil New Year festival. Many traditional handicrafts and products also represent the variety of our ICH. The skillful village artists of Sri Lanka have so far protected the uniqueness of their products. However, it is the responsibility of the future generation to learn the art of making traditional handicrafts of Sri Lanka to preserve its intangible cultural heritage. Now, it's the time to safeguard and promote the most valuable asset of Sri Lanka, our intangible cultural heritage.
Yes, I think we can start again. I have given 12 minutes, not 10. Okay, then let us now examine item 7B. Examination of the reports of the first regional cycle of periodic reporting by states, parties in Latin America and Caribbean on the implementation of the convention and on the elements inscribed on the representative list. So I am pleased to see that the committee is examining this year the first regional cycle of periodic reporting undertaken in Latin America and the Caribbean. I believe this is the first time since the periodic reporting mechanism went through its reform. So, Mr. Curtis, may I ask you to present this item to us after the break? Yeah, we have had the break already. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I wasn't sure if we were going to go immediately for another break, but I see we will continue with our work. Indeed, as you said, the committee has not examined an item on the reports of the implementation of the convention since 2018, as the mechanism was paused in order to undertake really quite a major reform based on Decision 12-10. The objective of this reform was to develop an effective results-based monitoring system for the implementation of the convention, as well as a self-monitoring tool for states on their own implementation. and in that way provide a better system that is better geared to supporting states in that process. So therefore, the reporting cycle is now based on regional rotation every 6 years rather than 6 years from the date of ratification as it was originally. The periodic reporting form has been revised in alignment with the overall results framework, and customized capacity building materials have been developed to accompany it. You will see that Latin America and the Caribbean was the first region to kickstart this new periodic reporting system in 2020, and the result of this first round is extremely promising. 28 out of 32 parties in the region have indeed submitted their report, which marks an impressive increase on submission rates compared to the past. At 87, which is now at 87.5%, and you may recall that in past reporting cycles, the submission rate of reports was much lower and even went as low as 16% in the 2016 cycle. So as stipulated in Article 29 of the Convention, it is one of the obligations for states parties to submit to the Committee a report on the legislative, regulatory and other measures taken for the implementation of this Convention. This report should also include updated information on the current status of the elements inscribed on the representative list in the country. Once these reports are examined by the Committee, a summary of these reports shall be sent to the following General Assembly. Mr. Chair, with your permission and in order to provide more detailed information on the implementation and findings of the periodic reporting for this cycle, I would like to invite my colleague, Ms. Do-Yoon Lee, who is the focal point for the new periodic reporting system, to speak.
Yes, go ahead, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Good afternoon. So the implementation of the new periodic reporting system has certainly been a very rich learning experience for a number of different actors who are involved in the process. Allow me now to share just some key points, challenges and opportunities related to this experience. The Latin America and the Caribbean region launched its implementation right in the middle of the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic in early 2020. So all in-person capacity building activities, which were initially planned at the regional, sub-regional level, had to be unfortunately cancelled. This required substantially a redesigning of the capacity building material, which had to be adapted to an online format. Ultimately, with the support of the Category 2 Center in Latin America and the Caribbean, Crespial, a 6-week online course in English and in Spanish was successfully delivered over May and June 2020. All of the focal points that were designated by the different countries in the region participated in this course and acquired the necessary knowledge and skills that required for completing the periodic report exercise, and that includes data generation and participatory methodologies. In fact, the capacity building support actually, it raised some unexpected yet positive results. For example, by the fact that it was a 6-week online course, which was a longer term period, allowed the focal points to foster a very strong peer-to-peer exchange and learning among themselves. The training also raised very strong awareness about the importance of a wider consultation and participatory methodologies related to periodic reporting. Of course, there were also many challenges that were encountered on the way due to the wide range and complexity of issues. Now, Mr. Chairperson, with your permission, we actually propose hearing the diversity of these experiences directly from the voices of the focal points and coordinators themselves. We have prepared a short clip presenting the testimonies from countries of Colombia, Jamaica, Mexico, and Peru. May we?
Hello and greetings, I'm Bernard Janke.
Andrés Forero Rueda.
Soy Fiorella Arteta.
periodic report really allows us to benchmark where we are in terms of implementation of the 2003 convention.
Y también nos dimos cuenta, ¿no?, de la gran transversalidad que tiene el PCI a nivel nacional, ¿no? Porque no solamente está en el sector educación, sino está en el sector nosotros de producción, que está vinculado con actividades como pesquería, comercio, también otros ministerios como agricultura, el mismo Ministerio de Salud, ¿no?
The fact that as Latin American countries, we were learning together and had the opportunity to share our own experiences and challenges was very insightful, as many of us face similar circumstances and thus could build upon solutions together.
We carried out 2 translation exercises. One, translation from English to Spanish, sometimes in contrast to French, since the language structure is very similar. And 2, reinterpretation of the formal questions to ones with more local terms and content.
Pero también tuvimos dificultades, por ejemplo, en comunicarnos con aquellas comunidades de portadores que no tienen un acceso a Internet estable o no cuentan con uno. En ese sentido, tuvimos que, bueno, se fortaleció la articulación que tenemos con las direcciones desconcentradas de cultura, que de verdad han sido un actor muy importante para poder desarrollar e implementar este informe periódico, y ellos a su vez con autoridades locales.
Was the lack of clearly organized information in relation to the various indicators and as such a way. This required a lot of collaboration and time dedication on behalf of the ICH group of the Ministry of Culture of Colombia and other collaborating bodies and organizations.
NGOs have tended to work more in terms of environmental issues rather than cultural issues. So that did pose a challenge, and it was difficult to answer questions related to that broader thematic.
De la pandemia nos afectó en diferentes niveles, lo cual pues impidió que pudiéramos implementar la metodología que teníamos pensado desde el Ministerio de Cultura, que era asistir a hacer entrevistas presenciales, y bueno, que se había impedido y tuvimos que cambiar la metodología, ¿no?
En ese sentido, creo que también el informe periódico debe ser visto como una tarea no de cada 6 años, sino una tarea que debe de estar en constante construcción y retroalimentación por parte de los estados.
Entonces, lo fundamental es enfocarse mucho en el proceso de hacer un proceso transparente de diálogo, de participación, de encuentro con todas esas personas que contribuyen.
I hope you enjoyed the clip. So after submission of these 28 reports, what happened next? As you know, with the online reporting form, which is structured around 26 core indicators and 86 assessment factors from the overall results framework, a really rich dimension of data was generated through these reports. So since May, we have been actually processing and analyzing these data with a data specialist. This was then followed by an in-depth quantitative and qualitative content analysis by a collaborative research team. This team was composed of an experienced facilitator and also a competent UNESCO chair in Mexico. The analytical overview that you see in Annex 1 illustrates these divergent and convergent trends and key challenges and opportunities related to safeguarding living heritage in the region and also in the different countries. For example, as you can see in Figure 1, a high level of community participation has been reported, with specific attention to the rights and interests of indigenous communities. As you can see in also Figure 2, language is also considered as an important vehicle for living heritage, with a concrete example of policies integrating multicultural or intercultural bilingual education in school curricula. Many countries also reported having policies or measures for inclusive economic development that include living heritage safeguarding. Cooperation on the safeguarding of living heritage happens equally across sectors beyond culture, such as education or development sectors, and at the regional level. Of course, some challenges to the transmission and safeguarding were also identified. We may highlight here the serious economic challenges, for example, for the practitioners themselves, which have been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. While we encourage you to read the analytical overview for more key observations, I think it would be good to remind you also that a more detailed report will be presented to the committee at its 17th session next year. Now, while the region of Latin America and the Caribbean concludes its first reporting cycle, we also have two other regions that are currently in different phases of periodic reporting. These are Europe and the Arab states. As you can see, this is the dynamic state of implementation of periodic reporting. State parties in Europe have completed the capacity building activities, undergoing the submission of their reports this year. In parallel, for the Arab region, a training for facilitators was organized in October 2021 to better prepare for the training of focal points in early 2022. As the periodic reporting system reaches its third year of implementation, we learn by experience and improvements are underway in order to better enhance the support to states. We hope that the reformed system will help states not only to assess their current safeguarding measures and set their own safeguarding targets, but also to customize future strategies and to be able to track the progress of implementation from one reporting cycle to the next. I thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Toyun. It is encouraging to hear that the first regional cycle of periodic reporting has made a significant step forward. I would like to applaud the states parties in Latin America and Caribbean for their efforts and achievement. Well done. And thank you very much. I now open the floor. Does any committee member wish to take the floor at this stage before the examination of the draft decision? Yes, I can see, yes, so many hands raising after the tea. Yes? Czechia? Yeah, kindly, Mr. Curtis, can you read, please, the countries first, then they are ready, and we can allocate the time for them.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I will now read the list of committee members who've asked for the floor. Czechia, Brazil, Japan, Republic of Korea, Sweden, Netherlands, the Netherlands, Switzerland, and Azerbaijan. And now, Sri Lanka as well.
Yes, then starting with Czech Republic, yes. Czechia. Over to you, Czechia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The delegation of Czechia would like to thank the Secretariat for the presentation of the examination of first year of regional cycle of periodic reporting. Congratulations to the entire Latin America and Caribbean region for a successful periodic reporting. It sets a great example for the rest of us and challenges us to do as well as you did with our cycle. We appreciate how the Secretariat dealt with the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, in particular, that the Secretariat prepared and adapted online training of focal points. It turned out that the reform of reporting on the basis of regional rotation system was a providential step that, when implemented online, facilitates attend of more participants working in a second language that can be adapted annually, and the overcoming of the time shift between Paris and the state parties. The added value has then been the development of training materials using a variety of participatory approaches and tools. We understand that the exchange of national experiences with safeguarding measures within the region using regional cooperation and with a wide range of stakeholders was a great benefit. New above-mentioned efforts have undoubtedly contributed to increased reporting, together with the fact that the Secretariat has complied with the request of a large number of state parties to allow the report to be completed by mid-March 2021. While the reporting process is complex and requires consultation with a wide range of stakeholders, which requires sufficient human and financial resources, we believe it has been a viable tool for better implementation of the Convention, more effective implementation of ICH cultural policies, and better monitoring of safeguarding practices. At the same time, it should be acknowledged that the form is very complex, and it would not hurt to simplify it wherever possible in the future. We admit that the main conclusions of the first cycle analysis in the Latin America and Caribbean region are exciting, so we await with great interest the evaluation of the complete first cycle for all regions in 2025. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Fexia. Now, let me go to Brazil, followed by Japan. Now over to you, Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. We would like to congratulate our colleagues in Latin America and the Caribbean for their efforts and dedication in delivering the Convention's periodic report, as we are aware of the challenges faced in the achievement of this task. Our public servants, civil society partners, bearers, and practitioners had to double their articulation efforts to produce consolidated reports while confronting the COVID-19 pandemic. Even so, and being the first region to submit the periodic reports in the regional rotation system, we have navigated the novelty with success, raising the report submission rate to almost 90%. We maintain that this regional approach is a useful tool for fostering cooperation, as well as for the formation and the strengthening of networks. It also provides a common ground for comparisons, which casts light upon regional obstacles, strengths, and potentialities. In this sense, we should acknowledge the indispensable role played by CRESPIAL, the Regional Center for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage of Latin America. Following the submission of the reports, CRESPIAL promoted a survey and a regional meeting, contributing to broaden the view on various aspects of the periodic reporting process and to identify common regional challenges. In a few words, we would like to highlight some of these aspects based on our experience in Brazil. Data collection and assessment of the thematic areas of the report demand an important degree of interinstitutional articulation. Time limits, the pandemic crisis, and other internal factors have impacted the articulation efforts made by FAM, the Brazilian National Historical and Artistic Heritage Institute. We relied almost exclusively on pre-existing available information and on restricted consultations to our own heritage body of experts. For instance, even though there is a heritage education sector in IFAM, we do not maintain any kind of updated information sources on the general picture of basic, medium, and superior curricula on cultural heritage around the country. We understand that a more comprehensive view of the implementation of the Convention could have been offered If all three government levels and other institutions and scientific networks had been more actively involved in the process. On the other hand, the widest possible participation of bettors in answering the report on their inscribed elements allowed successful results. Virtual workshops, meetings, and surveys were carried out in more than 20 Brazilian states and in all 5 regions of the country. A special public thanks must be given to our committed body of civil servants, without whom this accomplishment wouldn't be possible. In addition, some report sections seem to be redundant, and we believe time and effort could be spared with some mild cuts. Finally, it's important to consider the time and resources spent on documents translation. Mr. Chairman, producing the report stressed the need to build interinstitutional understandings on intangible cultural heritage and raise awareness about the principles and responsibilities regarding the 2003 Convention. 6 years is a period that covers changes in government at different levels of the public administration. It is thus expected that the interinstitutional articulation remains a challenge in the next report cycles, and larger time limits would favor more comprehensive results, as well as more accurate targets on the implementation of the Convention. Bearing that in mind, we would suggest that public administrations and the Convention Secretariat should be in touch about the periodic report at least 2 years before the submission date, and that capacity building activities shall start on the first month of this 2-year period. As a general and last comment, periodic reporting worked as a management methodology, thanks to which Brazil could systematize points to be improved and goals to be achieved. It also has highlighted the transversal and multi-level governance needed for upgrading the Convention's public awareness and implementation. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Assistant Director General for Culture, Mr. Secretary of the Convention, dear Crespial colleagues, we thank you for your efforts during the cycle of the periodic reporting of the 2003 Convention, and we keep available for collaboration and knowledge exchange on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brazil, for your comments. Now I would like to invite Japan, followed by Republic of Korea. Over to you, Japan, now.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous serons assez brefs. Le Japon souhaite saluer la soumission du rapport du premier cycle régional de rapports périodiques des États parties d'Amérique latine et des Caraïbes. Et nous nous réjouissons du résultat positif, avec la soumission des rapports de 28 États parties, sur un total de 32 rapports attendus. Nous nous félicitons de l'effet positif qui a été créé, comme un forum d'échange entre pairs et d'apprentissage entre les points focaux nationaux qui devrait renforcer la coopération dans le domaine de la sauvegarde du patrimoine culturel immatériel dans la région. Nous espérons que les leçons positives qui ont été tenues de ce premier exercice seront appliquées dans d'autres régions. Merci.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And now I would like to invite Republic of Korea, followed by Sweden. Over to you, Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. As a member of committee, Republic of Korea would like to congratulate you on your election as a chairperson, and I'm confident that this committee will bring fruitful conclusions under your able leadership. And thank the distinguished committee member Brazil for the detailed explanation regarding the periodic report. And let us extend our congratulations to all parties related for the first successful cycle of the periodic report in Latin America and Caribbean states, despite the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. We highly appreciate that Mr. Tim Curtis and Madame Doyon Lee from the Secretariat actively coordinate with the state parties in renewing the overall periodic reporting system with more flexibility. We believe that such efforts could increase the submission rate of the state parties. We are also pleased that the online platform with the support of Korean government has played a significant role in this process. Although the inscription of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity gains huge attention in the practice of 2003 convention, the periodic report by the state parties regarding their implementation of the convention and the current state of inscribed elements on the representative list should also be underlined. The year 2020 was the first year to adopt the new regional periodic report and submit the reports through the online platform. I once again thank Latin America and the Caribbean state parties for their successful communications and cooperation. And I hope more state parties could learn a lot from the experience for preparing and operating periodic reports of their own. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, Republic of Korea, for your comments. And now I would like to invite Sweden, followed by the Netherlands. Over to you, Sweden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Sweden would like to start with acknowledging and congratulating the many Latin American and Caribbean states successfully submitting reports under this item, as well as we also would like to thank the Secretariat for its useful document with the analytical and the general observations, as well as observation on the trends. And actually I would like to thank also for the almost live reporting in the form of clips, which gives almost color to the usual white and black paper documents. Thank you very much for that. It is the first time we see the result of the new reporting cycle. At this stage, we only would like to say how rich and how useful this is for the continuous implementation of the convention. Of course, we note all challenges that we have in common, and not the least, the ones connected to the COVID pandemic. Reading about these challenges, we cannot but also note that the pandemic itself also gives leverage to the understanding of the role of intangible cultural heritage. Paradoxically or not paradoxically, the pandemic itself makes communities over the world reflect on its own societies and ways of living. It is a fact to keep dwelling on. On the reporting itself, and since Sweden is right in the midst of doing it, we see there might be potential of clarifying some elements in the questionnaire and also work on the internal pedagogical side of the new periodic reporting system. I stop there. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Sweden. And next, Netherlands, followed by Switzerland. So over to you, Netherlands, now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The delegation of the Netherlands congratulates the member states in Latin America and the Caribbean for their periodic reports. And we would like to thank the research team for the thorough analysis. We recognize a lot of the findings and conclusions, especially after having done the periodic reporting ourselves this year. As the analysis states, there are both challenges and opportunities. With almost 100 questions, we have to say the periodic reporting process was quite challenging and extremely time-consuming. However, we also agree that the periodic reporting exercise is an effective tool in raising awareness on the importance of broader consultation and collaboration with relevant stakeholders. For the Kingdom of the Netherlands, the process offered a great opportunity to exchange between the respective countries in the Kingdom, the Netherlands, Curaçao, Aruba, and Sint Maarten. But it also boosts regional networking between European countries. The training model and the exchange of ideas by focal points, representatives of ministries and experts have paid off. It is great that 28 of the 32 reports have been submitted on time. Congratulations. Concluding, we have some questions and a final remark. The analysis gives important insight into the needs of state parties. In what ways will the analysis be used to provide in areas where capacity building is needed? Also, a lot of data follows from the periodic reports, which ideally could be made accessible to stakeholders and those interested in the data. How will the UNESCO Secretariat, given the ongoing constraints in terms of human and financial resources, prioritize this? And concluding, we endorse the importance of an exhaustive analysis of ICH safeguarding activities in small islands and developing states. Sharing experiences and operating in a local network would be very helpful for the Caribbean parts of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. We therefore hope the Dutch Caribbean islands will be included. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Netherlands. And next, I would like to invite Switzerland, followed by Azerbaijan. Over to you, Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Chers collègues, la Suisse félicite les États parties d'Amérique latine et des Caraïbes qui ont soumis leur rapport dans le cadre de ce premier cycle de rapports périodiques. Le taux de soumission des rapports considérablement élevé est un signal très positif et très réjouissant. La Suisse remercie le secrétariat pour les efforts investis dans la réforme du système de rapport en alignant ce système sur le cadre global de résultats dans une perspective de durabilité. Nous saluons également l'accompagnement des points focaux pour la réalisation de cet exercice en organisant des formations en ligne. La Suisse a participé à ces ateliers et nous avons noté avec grande satisfaction que cette approche a permis l'émergence de bonnes dynamiques régionales d'échange et de collaboration fructueuse. À juste titre et en écho aux États ayant fait l'exercice, le document du secrétariat met en évidence les défis, voire les difficultés rencontrées lors de l'établissement du rapport. La complexité et la densité du formulaire en ligne, le langage utilisé, le niveau parfois un peu abstrait des questions, les ressources conséquentes à mobiliser pour préparer ce rapport, ou encore l'exigence d'un processus participatif en sont quelques exemples. Il nous semble essentiel de reconnaître ces défis et d'identifier des solutions et de chercher à améliorer constamment le système de soumission des rapports périodiques. La Suisse souhaiterait voir une simplification du formulaire en ligne pour faciliter l'accès à la participation dans l'élaboration du rapport. Par ailleurs, le secrétariat mentionne la qualité considérable de données et de contenus générés par ces rapports. Leur traitement, mais aussi leur analyse et valorisation représentent un défi ultérieur. Pour atteindre l'ambition d'un cadre global de résultats significatifs, une attention particulière doit être accordée à la gestion de cette information. Dans ce sens, nous saluons l'annonce d'un rapport analytique qui sera présenté lors de la 17e session du comité. En même temps, il nous apparaît essentiel d'établir dans ce dernier une évaluation du ratio entre coût et efficacité de ce nouveau système de rapport. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Thank you very much for your comments, Switzerland. And next, I would like to invite Azerbaijan, followed by Sri Lanka. Over to you, Azerbaijan, now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Azerbaijan welcomes the efforts of the Secretariat in launching the first cycle of the periodic reporting for the region of Latin America and the Caribbean. And we congratulate the Secretariat and the member states concerned for having accomplished the activities in the region of Latin America and the Caribbean despite the ongoing pandemic. We consider it a great achievement in terms of raising awareness of the related member states of the opportunities offered by the implementation of the convention in their countries. Our delegation has appreciated the format and quality of the overview of reports annexed to the document, We note with great interest the trends, opportunities, and achievements identified in the analysis of the reports, especially the experience of the states in Latin America and the Caribbean in the field of interregional cooperation at various levels. We are confident that the results of this reporting cycle will continue guiding the states of the region in the implementation of 2003 Convention, but also allow other countries to learn from these experiences. Azerbaijan also welcomes the ongoing efforts of the Secretariat in implementing the periodic reporting cycle in the region of Europe, in which my country is currently participating. And we hope that this cycle will also reveal an interesting set of trends in safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage specific to the region of Europe. Finally, Mr. Chair, our delegation has noted with great interest the increased use of Intangible Cultural Heritage Fund, which is monitored under Indicator 26, and commends the Secretariat for its efforts in further facilitating the access of member states to international assistance mechanism. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Azerbaijan, that encouraging comments from you. And now Sri Lanka, I invite Sri Lanka, followed by Peru. Over to you, Sri Lanka now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for giving me this opportunity. Sri Lanka would like to thank the Secretariat for introducing this new monitoring tool and congratulate our colleagues in the region of Latin America and the Caribbean for carrying out the implementation of this extremely useful tool under the most challenging conditions. This exercise is very useful to all of us as we can learn a lot about better ways of implementation of our own plans in the spirit of the 2003 Convention. The capacity building activities conducted under this program in the face of a pandemic is extremely impressive. It shows us that there are alternative ways of doing things to achieve the goals of the convention under even the worst challenging situations in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sri Lanka. And now, Peru, I invite Peru, followed by Panama. Over to you, Peru, now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, for giving me the floor. Despite the fact that it was a challenge to develop the periodic reporting to the short time and the complex circumstances due to the COVID, this report has served us to strengthen the communication with the communities and other actors of the public and private sectors. We also like to emphasize the great work of the Prespial in the coordination and implementation of the online training held last year. Without this training, it will have been difficult for us to achieve this reported in time. Even so, it will be important to continue with the process of strengthening capacities and with regard to these reports and how it could be possible to establish mechanisms for the inclusion of other important issues. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Peru. And now let me invite Panama. Over to you, Panama, followed by Uruguay and Colombia. Let me give them a chance a little later. But now I invite Panama.
Thanks, Mr. President. The high evaluation of the periodic report from Latin America and the Caribbean, and we especially value the backing and support through training on procedures and use the virtual platform. Was very complex, but the results were greatly enriched by the opportunity to share all communication problems in each country of the region during the pandemic and the alternative and mutual experience. We urge the Secretariat to give us the opportunity to share an immediate progress session in the next evaluation cycle before the 5-year cycle is complete. The periodic report format and contents makes it possible for us to sustain budgets, public policies, and the inclusion for intangible cultural heritage contents in education and research at all levels. This report models allows us to clearly measure how much we have achieved and how much we still need to work into each topic. Thanks to Secretariat, to Crispial and Japan for the economic support to the periodical report, and Sri Lanka for this meeting with beautiful element of your intangible cultural heritage.
Thank you very much. I think now I feel giving the floor to Mr. Curtis. Would you like to comment about the other people's ideas and opinions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to say, we've noted a lot of important comments and some questions. But if I may say so, it's very encouraging to hear those comments. And we are fully very aware of the complexities involved of the new reporting system. But hearing now the states from Latin America who have finished it, we feel very encouraged that it's been worth, I remind you, several years of efforts to set up the new system. And we are now in the first round of periodic reporting. We heard from Brazil that a 2-year planning might be helpful. And in that sense, we have to apologize to the Latin American and Caribbean region, since they were the first region. And being the first, of course, we're always faced, when you do something for the first time, you're always going to find troubles to smooth out the system. So perhaps that is also maybe a signal to other regions to perhaps start thinking about the new forms. We heard from several European countries who are currently now implementing the report, the need to simplify the forms or to clarify the questions or to develop the insights into the needs of state parties and also some questions of cost effectiveness. Indeed, the overall results framework on which the periodic report is based was not initially intended to have every question relevant to every state in the same way. It tried to capture all of the possible indicators that might exist given the variety and diversity of sizes, configurations of various states. So we note and we take fully on board, and as I said earlier, that we see all of this as a learning and refining process, and we hope to improve the system, and we will be looking at simplifying as well where possible, without perhaps losing the richness of data. But we are starting something new. It's something large. I feel it's incredibly encouraging. I repeat what I've said before, that the implementation of the convention at the national level is, I believe, the most important aspect, is really what the convention is all about. It's about what countries are doing in their country to safeguard intangible cultural heritage. The rest, it comes afterwards. So I think this periodic reporting is very important in that regards, and I really thank the many colleagues in Latin America and the Caribbean who made efforts, and also to thank in particular Crespial, who worked very hard to accompany the training, and of course, as we heard, the Republic of Korea, who made a generous contribution several years ago, some 300,000 United States dollars, which has allowed us to work on the online format and to have the rollout of this process. But to sum up, we hear that there was another question about the prioritization in terms of sharing the data and how we'll share the data. That's one of the recommendations under the iOS evaluation. So I think perhaps now I won't go into great detail, but we do hear the need to refine, and we fully accept that we will hopefully keep improving. Next year, the rollout for the capacity building approach will be in the Arab states, and I would take this opportunity to remind states that we're still looking for some support to roll out the capacity building in the Arab states. Mr. Chairperson, I think I'll end my intervention here. Thank you.
I think you explained it very nicely, and also I must also congratulate this Latin America and Caribbean service, what they have done. So congratulations and thank you very much for your effort. And now, there are 3 other countries that is Uruguay, Colombia, and France. So let me invite first Uruguay for their comments, please.
Thank you very much. I need to be habilitated for the camera because, well, I can speak anyway. Thank you very much for all of you to share this time together. Thank you, Sri Lanka, UNESCO, and Crespial. In this short time that we have been allotted, I want to make some reflections on what the Uruguayan team learned preparing the UNESCO periodic report. In the first place, it helped us to become aware that most of the actions to safeguard the intangible cultural heritage arise from individuals or social and educational. Okay, thank you. In the first place, it helped us to become aware that most of the actions to safeguard the intangible cultural heritage arise from individuals or social and educational organizations that are not even familiar with the concept of intangible cultural heritage or its theoretical framework. Second, we realized that the intangible cultural heritage concept is unknown or very basically known by the three levels of our country's government: municipal, departmental, and national. And this is our responsibility, although some very valuable actions have been recorded. Third, by writing the periodic report, we realized that although we have studied and reflect a lot on participatory action research, the sustainability of the participation and involvement actions of the bearers continue to be a challenge. Fourth, the report helped us to become aware that we must substantially improve the strategies to communicate the importance of the intangible cultural heritage to the public and political sector, which is the one who will ultimately make the decisions on cultural policies. Fifth, the principles of periodic reports have helped us to organize our work in a better way and help us to visualize all the work fronts that it involves, as well as the importance of defining performance indicators. That I think is very, very important point. Last but not least, it generated one more opportunity to engage in dialogue with the bearers of the intangible cultural heritage, to discuss with them, to seek together new strategies referred to as legal framework, educational plans, economic resources, insertion of the intangible cultural heritage in environmental issues, etc., that considerably improve the quality life and sustainable development of Uruguayan people. Thank you very much for all of you.
Thank you very much, Uruguay. And now I would like to invite Colombia, followed by France. So over to you, Colombia, now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to express our gratitude to yourself and to the state of Sri Lanka for presiding over this committee, as well as the exceeding an excellent job that the Secretariat did to prepare this 16th session of the committee. The delegation of Colombia would like to state the monumental importance of the turning point that has represented the development of this first cycle of periodic reporting on the implementation of the 2003 Convention, which the American and the Caribbean Regional Group had the opportunity of developing and creating a groundwork and learning opportunity for future states on how to engage with the mentioned mechanism. Never before during the almost 20 years of existence of the 2003 Convention has there been a better structured roadmap for understanding where most of the achievements and challenges lay in terms of safeguarding the cultural diversity as the one laid out by the Global Results Framework in which this reporting mechanism is based. Nevertheless, it cannot be understated how challenging the exercise was to carry out in such tiring time as this pandemic year we had. However, the swiftness in which the capacity building workshops and materials were adopted for the new formats must be highlighted. We would like to call the attention, as did Brazil and Peru as well, to the role played by our Category 2 Center, Crespial, and how it operated as an important platform for dialogue, joint learning, and understanding of how each state party were finding the exercise quite challenging, actually. Additionally, in Colombia's experience, the preparation of the reporting process was an opportunity for reflection on how information for decision-making can be sometimes underrated, prioritizing more immediate responses and initiatives instead of promoting a more planned approach toward achieving clearly defined indicators as those stated by the Global Result Framework. During the following cycle, we would hope to be learning more from the further experiences, especially on how to gather data and report on indicators that challenge state parties to understand the role of the each safeguarding in creating broader contexts of well-being, particularly in that relates to promoting a more peaceful coexistence. We hope to work alongside our fellow state parties, the Secretariat of the Convention, and civil society stakeholders on improving the data gathering process on this aspect that expands the scope of the Convention beyond ICH safeguarding for its own sake. We look forward also to seeing how the reporting mechanism evolves and the transformation it generates on how we understand the importance of the 2003 Convention and how we approach its implementation. And as we move closer to the 2030 deadline of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and we wish all members of the committee and the other stakeholders present today a very fruitful session.
Thank you very much, Colombia, for your comments. And now I invite France, followed by Jamaica. Over to you, France, now.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Donc la France remercie le secrétariat pour la formation très utile qui a été dispensée aux points de contact nationaux sur la façon dont remplir les rapports nationaux. Cela dit, nous souhaitons nous joindre aux remarques de la Suisse pour faire part de certaines difficultés nouvelles par ailleurs qui découlent de cette réforme. Par exemple, la difficulté d'appréhender certains indicateurs ainsi que le travail important et parfois malaisé de pédagogie qui devait être réalisé en direction des communautés et des acteurs du patrimoine culturel immatériel. Merci.
Thank you very much, France, for your comments. And now I will invite Jamaica, followed by Côte d'Ivoire. So please, Jamaica, over to you now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to express our gratitude, and I accept Mr. Curtis's apologies. But seriously, it was a very useful exercise for us. This is the second periodic report that Jamaica was submitting, but the training in particular for the new format and tying it into the operational framework, while it did pose some challenges, it really allowed us to set a baseline in terms of our implementation of the convention and the status of ICH elements within Jamaica. So that we found very useful. Despite the complexity of the format that we had to work with and some of the technical challenges in terms of actually uploading the information. And in that regard, I really would like to express our gratitude to the technical team at UNESCO who helped us to overcome some of those technical glitches. It was, I think it was the first time that we're using this particular platform. And of course, you know, the teething pains were sometimes painful, but happily we were able to overcome that. And I really want to express our gratitude to UNESCO and the technical team, and also the support given by Korea in some of the preparations for coming up with this new reporting format. some deliberations that I had the honor to have taken part in. So we did have some kind of heads up in terms of what we were to expect. And going forward, this allows us to fine-tune even more our planning in terms of the implementation of the convention. COVID, of course, interrupted a lot of our plans. We had initial discussions with some of the stakeholders. We were unable to do the extent of consultations that we had anticipated. But nonetheless, we managed to put together a fairly comprehensive status report on the state of intangible cultural heritage and the various elements in Jamaica. And we really thank UNESCO for its support in this regard. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Jamaica. And next, I would like to invite Cote d'Ivoire and followed by Honduras. But before that, I would like to mention that Jamaica pointed out very correctly the strong dedication of this Secretariat people here, the technical people, the others, extremely high dedication they are having. So I thank all of them, including the able secretary, and our additional director general is also here. So we must thank, for the whole world should thank this secretariat. They are doing a wonderful job. I'm extremely happy. Give a round of applause, everybody, to this secretariat and the people. Yes, thank you very much. Jamaica, you very correctly pointed out that. And now I invite Cote d'Ivoire. Over to you, Cote d'Ivoire.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. À votre suite, effectivement, je voudrais donc remercier, effectivement, féliciter le secrétariat pour tout le travail abattu. Monsieur le Président, je voudrais féliciter les États qui ont soumis ces rapports. C'est la première région à élaborer donc ces rapports depuis la réforme du système des rapports périodiques. Ce n'est pas une activité aisée, comme ne l'est pas non plus les efforts pour sauvegarder, assurer la sauvegarde du PCI. C'est un travail quotidien qui a donné donc la qualité de ces rapports qui ont été soumis par ces États parties. Ces rapports sont une mine d'informations devant nous situer sur les efforts des États et surtout de nos communautés pour maintenir vivants nos éléments du PCI et consolider davantage donc la mise en œuvre de la Convention 2003 que nous réunit ce jour. Ces rapports sont des outils importants dans tout le processus de réforme subséquent à la réflexion portant sur les mécanismes d'inscription qui est en cours, les transferts d'une liste à une autre. Nous espérons que la région Afrique pourra s'en inspirer et pourquoi pas bénéficier aussi d'un renforcement de capacité pour améliorer ces rapports afin de fournir des informations actualisées, notamment ce qui contribuerait davantage à une sauvegarde assurée du PCI dans cette partie du monde. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Cote d'Ivoire. And now I would like to invite Honduras. Thank you. Over to you, Honduras, now.
Excelencias, representantes de los Estados partes, respetables miembros del Comité Intergubernamental para la Salvaguardia del Patrimonio Cultural Inmaterial, Secretariado de la Convención, señoras y señores. En Honduras, la implementación de la Convención 2003 sigue constituyendo un desafío. Si bien hemos logrado realizar diversas acciones significativas en materia de salvaguardia del patrimonio cultural inmaterial, aún es un reto articular todas estas acciones y establecer procesos que sean sistemáticos. En este sentido, las recientes gestiones van contribuyendo a lograrlo. Reiteramos nuestro agradecimiento a la UNESCO por el apoyo brindado este año, al seleccionar a nuestro país junto a Filipinas para la implementación del proyecto piloto de capacitación sobre la salvaguardia del patrimonio cultural inmaterial y la reducción de riesgo de desastres. En Honduras, el proyecto se articuló en dos líneas principales. Por un lado, talleres de fortalecimiento de capacidades y por otro, un ejercicio práctico sobre inventarios comunitarios del patrimonio cultural inmaterial con enfoque en reducción del riesgo de desastres. A través de este inventario, identificamos prácticas culturales que reflejan conocimientos y saberes tradicionales que juegan un papel fundamental en el desarrollo de estrategias de prevención y respuesta ante situaciones de emergencia, poniendo de manifiesto la relevancia de este patrimonio en la formulación de propuestas y medidas de recuperación, sostenibilidad medioambiental y resiliencia comunitaria. El proyecto culminó con éxito y para el Estado de Honduras se convirtió en una guía que conducirá a la implementación de un proceso más sistemático de identificación, documentación y registro de nuestro patrimonio cultural inmaterial. Y también esperamos sea una referencia para posteriores trabajos impulsados desde la UNESCO. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Ecuador now, yes, that was Honduras. Now I would like to invite Ecuador. Over to you, Ecuador.
Gracias, señor presidente, por permitirme expresar unas palabras a nombre del Ecuador en esta sesión de la 16ª reunión del Comité Intergubernamental para la Salvaguardia del PCI. Dado que esta es la primera vez que nuestra delegación ha tomado la palabra, quiero felicitarle y a los miembros del Buró por su elección y por la manera en que usted conduce la sesión, así como felicitar a la Secretaría y al Director de Cultura por el trabajo realizado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to say a few words on behalf of Ecuador at this session of the 16th meeting of the Intergovernmental Committee of the Safeguarding of the ICH. Since this is the first time our delegation has taken the floor, I would like to congratulate you and the members of the Bureau for your election and for the way in which you're conducting the session, as well as congratulate the Secretariat and the Director of Culture for the work done.
El pasillo es en esencia un poema musicalizado. Actualmente es una expresión de la identidad musical mestiza del Ecuador y debido a la migración de ecuatorianos al exterior se ha difundido e interpretado en varios países del mundo. Desde hace más de una década, el Instituto Nacional de Patrimonio Cultural ha venido trabajando en la investigación de este género musical como patrimonio cultural inmaterial.
The pasillo is essentially a poem set to music. Currently, it is an expression of Ecuador mestizo musical identity, and due to the migration of Ecuadorians abroad, it has been spread and interpreted in several countries around the world. For over a decade, the National Institute of Cultural Heritage has been working on the research of this musical genre from its heritage perspective.
En el 2018, Ecuador incorporó al pasillo ecuatoriano en la lista representativa del patrimonio cultural inmaterial del Ecuador. Y desde entonces ha venido trabajando fuertemente en la construcción del expediente técnico internacional. Este reconocimiento al pasillo como patrimonio cultural inmaterial de la humanidad sería la oportunidad y una gran responsabilidad para todos los ecuatorianos para trabajar con mayor fuerza por valorar y salvaguardar nuestro patrimonio cultural. Muchísimas gracias.
On 2018, Ecuador incorporated the Ecuadorian pasillo into the representative list of the Intangible Cultural Heritage of Ecuador, and since then has worked on the construction of its international technical file. This recognition of pasillo's intangible cultural heritage of humanity will be an opportunity and a great responsibility for all Ecuadorians, encouraging us to work harder to value and safeguard all cultural heritage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think now, do you want to say anything? No, yes. I would like to thank all of you all. You're very much encouraging the entire Secretariat and everybody all over the world. So I would like to thank you all for sharing your encouraging and inspiring experiences. It's wonderful. So dear colleagues, I think that we are ready to move Now to the draft decision of this item. Please refer to the draft decision in paragraph 25. Can you see it on the screen now, please? Yes, you can see now, 16.7.b. Yes. May I ask the committee to adopt draft decision 16.7b, paragraph by paragraph? We'll go to that paragraph by paragraph. Now let me, paragraph 1. Citing the document we have examined. Yeah, do I see any objections from any member? No. So I adopted. Paragraph 2, recalling relevant articles of the convention and chapter 5 of the operational directives. That is paragraph 2. Yes, I see no objections. So I adopted. Paragraph 3, further recalling the set of decisions concerning the periodic reporting reform. That is paragraph 3. Just again, no objections. I adopted. Paragraph 4, understanding the importance of periodic reporting as a key monitoring tool to assess safeguarding measures at the national level. That is paragraph 4. Again, I see no objections. Adopted. Paragraph 5, expressing our satisfaction for the fruitful implementation of the first reporting cycle, and especially the high submission rate of reports. Yes, no objections. Adopted. Paragraph 6, let us congratulate the 28 states parties in Latin America and the Caribbean who have successfully submitted their report. Congratulations, Latin America and Caribbean. Yes, I see no objections, therefore I adopted. Paragraph 7, shall we also appreciate Secretariat's effort to support state parties in this exercise through capacity building and follow-up. Paragraph 7. Yes. Any objections? No objections. So I adopted. Paragraph 8 takes note of the challenges encountered during the implementation of periodic reporting, and once again appreciates the Secretariat for its countermeasures.
Sorry.
Okay, do you have any objections about that? No, so I adopted. Paragraph 9 welcomes the key findings of the analytical overview of the reports. That is paragraph 9, including the common trends, challenges, opportunities. It also takes note that a further detailed analytical report will be presented to the committee at its next session. Are there any objections for that? Paragraph 9? No. So I adopted. Paragraph 10 stresses the importance of active involvement of communities and a wide range of stakeholders in the reporting process. That is paragraph 10. I see no objections. Again, I adopted. Then come to finally paragraph 11, deciding to submit to the General Assembly at its 9th session the summary of reports examined this year. Yeah, that is 9. Yes, I see no objections. So I adopted. Now we have adopted each of the paragraphs and now need to adopt the decision as a whole. Yeah, seeing no objections, I therefore declare decision 16.com7.b adopted as it appears on the screens. 16.com7b. Yes, I adopt it. So, dear members of the committee, we have now completed the examination of item 7b. So, I think, are we proceeding to the next here? Yes, I think now the time is 5 o'clock in Paris. We have only 15 minutes. And therefore, let us go to 7C, right? Yeah. And the rest tomorrow, and we'll continue. Well, let me start with 7C. We have 15 minutes. So, item 7C, examination of the reports by states non-party on the current status of elements inscribed on the representative list. So we move now on to item 7C, examination of the reports by states non-party on the current status of elements inscribed on the representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Mr. Secretary, Mr. Tim Curtis, I know that you are tired, but anyway, I want to open the floor to you. Over to you, Mr. Curtis, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I'm not tired at all. I'm full of energy and willing to keep studying reports. Just to explain, the committee is asked to examine one report submitted by a state non-party to the convention, namely in this case the Russian Federation, on two elements they have inscribed on the representative lists. For some this may sound a little bit confusing, but I will ask my colleague, with your permission, Ms. Fumiko Ohinata, to provide us with some more detailed information on this item.
Yes, over to you, Fumiko.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Tim. Document 7C presents the second report on the current status of the two elements, the cultural space and oral culture of the Semeski and the Olonko Yakut heroic epos. These elements were originally proclaimed masterpieces of the oral and intangible heritage of humanity, and they were incorporated into the representative list in 2008 in accordance with Article 31.1 of the Convention. The Russian Federation is currently the only state non-party which has two elements inscribed on the representative list. Following paragraph 169 of the operational directives, it is therefore requested to submit a report every 6 years following the submission of its first report in 2014. An overview of the report of the two elements is provided in Annex to Document 7C, while the complete report is published on the webpage of the Convention dedicated to this session. The overview shows that the Russian Federation has made continued efforts to safeguard and promote the elements through governmental cultural policies, awareness raising, and research activities, and their integration into formal and non-formal education. According to the report, risks to the viability of the element appear to persist, as already indicated in the first report on the elements. These include urbanization, the lack of knowledge of the traditions among young people and children, and the general lack of awareness of the importance of these living heritage elements among the media and the public. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Fumiko, for your comments. I now open the floor to the participants. Does anybody wish to take the floor? I hope you are not tired. Yes. Yeah, I think, yeah. I see no one. None. Anyway, let us move now to the decision, final decision. Please refer to the document 21 LHE 2116.com7C, and its draft decision in paragraph 5. Can you see it on screen? Yes, it is there on screen. Yeah, that is 16.com7.c. So I think again, I would like, may I ask the committee to adopt draft decision 16.com7c as shown on the screens. But anyway, let us proceed paragraph by paragraph. Okay? Therefore, let me start with paragraph 1. Yeah, I think everybody, since there are no objections, I strongly feel that we should not go paragraph by paragraph to save time. I think we can adopt it. If there's any objections, no, I see no objections. So let us, we can adopt it. Okay? So 16.com7.c is adopted here. Yes. So ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to the end of day 1, right? So I thank you all for your hard work and cooperation, a cordial cooperation you had given us. And I look forward to continuing our discussions tomorrow at 10:15 a.m. Paris time, right? 10:15 a.m. Paris time. So I would like to remind Bureau members that the first meeting of the Bureau will be taking place tomorrow, that is 14th December morning at 9:30 a.m. Paris time. It is very important that we start this meeting punctually, as we have pressing matters to discuss. So can Mr. Curtis explain more in this regard, please?
Thank you, certainly, Mr. Chairperson. And dear Bureau members, just to remind you that you can use the same Zoom link as you used for the plenary session to connect to tomorrow's Bureau meeting. The Bureau meetings are, of course, open to observers, but will not be streamed via the online webcast. Lastly, as I mentioned during the lunch break, there will also be the press conference taking place from 5:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Paris time with Mr. Chairperson, the Assistant Director General for Culture, and myself. The event is reserved to journalists, and if you require access but have not confirmed your attendance, we ask that you please email Thomas Malad at t.mallard@unesco.org. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Secretary Mr. Tim Curtis, your hard work. And also I must thank our Assistant Director General Otono. He was with us the whole day. And I must thank all of you all the participants, and your enthusiasm. And we must remember the entire objective of UNESCO is to build peace among nations and your own nation. So this is the main objective of using intangible cultural heritage, by safeguarding intangible cultural heritage. So we need a peaceful world in the future. So I strongly believe, with all your help, with the help of the Secretariat, UNESCO, we can achieve that very soon in the world. So again and again, I must thank all of you all for your hard work, especially the Secretariat and all the members of the Secretariat, and Mr. Secretary, Mr. Tim Curtis, and Additional Secretary Culture, Mr. Otono. Thank you very much. And I wish you all a pleasant rest of your day. And I declare today's session adjourned. Again, I use the hammer. Oh.
Our history isn't in the past. Our heritage isn't our better times. Our culture isn't done being defined. It's in the air. It's in the earth. It's in the waters. As it has been for thousands of years. As it still is this morning. Sri Lanka isn't a place, it's a marvel, a brave new world that wasn't made by the rules. She's a rebel of nature. She's a blessing of imagination, of untold innovation and resilience. Let's tell the story of Sri Lanka with the same courage this island was born of. It's in how we love, how we believe, how we protect, how we share, how we feast, and how we heal. As we dismiss strangers by making them friends. Because that stuff of stars that is beneath our feet, the brilliance that makes the monsoon waltz around lush hills and save itself to soothe scorched plains. The wonder that makes the salty seas nurture jungles of pure paradise. And the wild beauty that stays fierce and vibrant even as time tries to quieten it is in us. And now it's time to show the world Sri Lanka as it has always been, but never been realized before.